Good morning. Today is 19th of February 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Warwick Farm. This is how the track looks like. I personally do not like to race on tracks that are of this shape, which is triangle. These tracks, they kind of they're very treacherous tracks. These tracks are. On top of that, the last finishing mile on this track from the last bend to the finishing post is about 326 meters, which essentially means that the heavier horses will have to struggle in this track. The ground reading is soft, and we've got 7 races here. I've got a few other tracks racing today. Ipswich is one of them. I also had Sandown, but this is the one which is starting earlier than those. Those are not on time. The Sandown is probably a late afternoon show. So this was the only choice that I could make, and this is what we're going to deal with today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates when we get the live stream from the gates or the paddock. If we find all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, we stick to our picks. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that's exactly what we do here in this channel. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed. The second one is where we're going to take a look at the odds and the scratchings. The third one is where we're going to take a look at the winning numbers. So this one is Top Sport, where we take a look at the winning numbers. RaceNet is where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings, and that's all that we have. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Warwick Farm, and see what do we have. 7 and 8 has been scratched. We are Hmm. So that one is the only one where we have any numbers at all. The others are, uh, here is the thing. So this number three is, so number one is with all the advantages. It has got the handicapping, it's got the management going on, it's the best fit. This thing has been to a league race. This thing has also been tested here in Warwick Farm. So that's one way of looking at that one. Two is the second one in line with the management, and they're very experienced people in this, and that's there. But then we have 3, 5, 12. They're all connecting gates. They're all connecting rails, out of which 3 is the lowest linear. That's the lowest. So, and it basically is with a lot of advantage. That 3, I mean, I would want to believe that 1 is the favorite. If we take a look at what's going on with the odds, let's say, okay, 3, 3, 10, 5, 2. Yeah, 3, 10, 5, and 2. All right, so 3 is like that. 10, 5, 2. So they don't have 1. Nobody has, they don't have 1. And that's the only one we have a little something going on. This is a colt. All of them are colts. So I am not sure what will happen. This is very outrageous race. We don't have any numbers that's going on. These two have definitely, these two they have advantages with the handicapping, but they're kind of far from the rails, and they don't have the rail support. That's what I mean. But this one definitely is looking good. That's the linear. That's the smallest linear which is coming up here with the rail support. 10 is the next one in line, which is there. So you know, maybe, may not be. If we, I mean, honestly speaking, if we actually have to if we actually have to take a look at these three horses, let's say this one 8, I like 10 more than 3 because it's a colt. That's the lineage of King George the 3. Nobody knows if that will actually run, but I like the 10 for two reasons. One, it is a filly, which is nice and docile, plus it also is there with all the advantages. So that's one way of looking at it. The 12, if we compare the 12 and the 10, right? So 12 and the 10, they're almost the same thing, all right? In terms of quality of horse, they're kind of the same thing. So are they. I'm going to stay out, watch this. 3 is the favorite. I kind of like the 10. The 10 is a filly. We've got a BB on this. This could backfire because this essentially means it is a heavier horse. 5 has the dev, but it is a colt. No clue.
One on pack.
Rexy, welcome back. Audio is gone. Yeah, I know, Rexy. This one is the one is the only one that we have a little bit of number that is going on. One is the only one where we have a little bit of number. The handicapping is solid on this horse. I mean, the arrangement for the handicapping is handicapping, but to deal with the handicapping, there has to be arrangements. So that's solid on this horse. And that's the only horse that has any numbers at all. But honestly speaking, the 3 is the favorite. Why? Because probably it's I don't know how that 3 became favorite. It has advantage. It is not that it doesn't have advantage, but then again, it's a colt. Okay, the same advantage is there with 10. It's the same, almost the same advantage. The difference between the 3 and the 10 is this one is a colt, which can be a disaster of the gigantic kind, and this one has a little bit of arrangement going on with the handicapping which is being done. So honestly, that's what my take is. 10 is definitely what I would have. I would want it to get somewhere because that looks good. But if that 10 gets in, then we are looking at probably 9 also, or 1. In that case, that happens. 10, 9. These are connecting gates. All right. These are connecting gates. But this is all speculation. I don't believe this. I don't want to get into this. I'm not a part of this. 7 is scratched. Okay, they paid $2 million for the 10. So we'll take a look at that 10. I mean, a $2 million horse, Rexy, is something to look at. But honestly, I have no take in this. This is crazy. It's the same thing. Let's see. 2 million. Okay, 2 million for the 10 sire. So 2 million. If that's what the case is, then yeah, it's a good quality horse. We've seen that. Where is the audio? God knows, bro. I don't know. One is a rat, but that's the only one that has a little bit of number. The arrangement is solid. The people are solid. That's that. I mean, we need apple to compare with apples. We just have one donkey. Loading the horse where?
Interested about this lot too. There's a couple of them trialled really well. Let's get to Ben Brad, Chantal Buckley in the yard. Great to have your company from Warwick Farm as we kick off our day by having a look at a few quality two-year-olds here. Maybe a star in the making about to be unveiled. This is a maiden. We've only seen one of these in the past
Okay.
races, that being a star, and that is where we will start off our yard. Brad Gray alongside me doing form, and Chantal Buckley having a look at them, casting an expert eye over them in the yard. Burma Star. Second up, Blinkers first time, Josh Parr, Barry and I, and James Cunt.
And the only runner here with race experience. So Blinkers on, that's an interesting little addition for him. So just look to lack concentration at Rose Hill in the Canonbury, hence the gear change. So the barrier doesn't make the task an easy one, but he is a horse that does have some tactical speed. You have to respect he jumped $2.50 in a Group 3 race first up. Back to the midweek, set weights maiden, and that race experience will take him a long way here.
Absolutely it will. He is very focused with these blinkers. He's up on the toe. He's ready to get on with it. I wouldn't say he's grown a great deal from when I saw him last preparation.
You always do, Rexy.
That hasn't quite got at this point in time. It's what
You always like the races that are outrageous and the wildest kinds.
Natural Willer, Chris Waller.
He was scratched from a trial on Tuesday, so the stable happy to go to the races with him. So he's had the 2 trials over 2 preparations. I liked his latest one where he was moving through the line behind Skyhook. Now the time was quite fast there. The winner ran a good third in the Piero behind Shaggy and was well back. That Skyhook as a $5 chance. So we can trust that trial form as a form reference. He looked to move through his gears quite nicely and he maps to get every possible chance here.
Yeah, I liked what he did in that trial there. He was given a little bit of a niggle, but he was certainly...
There's a way to do this. I have the tad and the quad. Let me just try and pull them up. There's a way to do this.
Yeah, there's a few rowdy ones here in the yard.
Where
He's
are
really
you,
settled.
my
He
friend?
knows what he's here to do. He's handling the yard like an absolute professional.
3 King of Prop cost $800,000. Had the Magic Millions yearling sale. His half sister Navo has won a couple in Victoria for the Freedmen's Jersey Collar. Ryan and Alexia.
I do note the stable did also nominate for the Silver Slipper there on Saturday, so that might tell you that they hold him in high regard. He's one of the first horses backed on Monday. He's had the 3 trials over 2 preparations. No knock at all in all 3 of those. He looked quite good. He looks to have a turn of foot. Not sure what to make of Josh Parr riding in 3 trials. He jumps on Burma Star, but it can be a little bit dangerous reading too much into jockey bookings.
Yeah, it can be, and sometimes they are booked well in advance, so that may be the case here. But he's just a typical looking sprinter. He's a really nicely put together colt. He's getting warm under the saddle cloth, but I'm not too worried. It's quite hot and humid here this afternoon. He seems relaxed within himself, which is always a positive sign. If you go back through his form, through his pedigree, he's got the likes of Snitz or Hitchenbrook, Private Eye, so a really talented bunch, but ticks all the boxes here in the yard.
Master of the Air was a $420,000 yearling, a son of Dundee, Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller.
Soft in betting to this point, so it was going to be an important market watch with this horse. So looking at the pedigree, son of Dundee out of a mare that was a miler, so you'd think 1,100 metres will be on the sharp side pedigree-wise. Wasn't asked to do much in either of his trials, but he did cruise to the line like he had something to offer. So he does look a colt with some substance, but I'm tipping we see the best of him over a touch further.
Absolutely. You're right, Brad. His mum went over a mile, and then he's got the family of Sunday Joy, More Joyous, Fenway, those types of horses. So he's got that real athleticism look about him. He's going to fill out. He's got a lot of growing to come, but it's a nice kick-off point for him. I thought his first trial was probably better than his second trial, but whatever he does here, he's going to improve off.
5, Napoleonic, Karen McAvoy, Barrier 1, O'Shea, and Charlton.
Another one of the Wooden Bassett. So $11 into $5.50 there on Monday. So when the market went up, the punters really singled out King of Pop and this horse. So he's finished off quite nicely in his 2 trials. He won his most recent at Warwick Farm. Now, it was a bunch finish and the time was only fair, but to the eye, he certainly passed the test. So drawn an inside spot. He'll hold a position and it'll be hard to hold out from there.
Beautiful looking colt. I'm loving these Wooden Bassets. They've got the best demeanours. I've not seen one yet that's got above itself from the ones that I've seen in the flesh. He carries himself beautifully. He's just a really nicely put together colt. He was a little bit rowdy when he first walked in, but he's fine now. He's stretching out beautifully here as he walks around. I thought he had a massive stride in those trials, and I love what he did. Interesting enough, both trials were on wet tracks, heavy and a soft, and he's on a dry track, so I'd say we might see more from him today. I'm quite keen on him.
John Thompson has the 6 Sea Admiral, Alicia Collin.
Yeah, visually he couldn't have done much more in his trial win, so he was a touch keen perhaps. If there's one criticism, over the 740 at Randwick, he settled outside the lead, did corner a touch awkwardly, but he let down sweetly to win running away. So it was the slowest time of the 4 heats over the distance that morning. He looks to have talent. I would have liked to have seen him a second time in his trial.
Been winning out from the moment he walked in. I think the experience is really going to take him a long way. I did notice in his trial he wanted to overdo it, and he did a few things wrong. He just doesn't know what it's all about, but lovely type. He's going to take benefit from the run. He doesn't look screwed down yet. He's only had that 1 trial, but I liked when Alicia did let him go, that he responded and he really stretched out nicely. So he's a little bit playful, just a typical colt.
Joe Pride has the 9, Reflect, a $310,000 purchase. Jay Ford, Barrier 7.
The first of Achilles, a daughter of So You Think, 2 trials. She's been allowed to find her feet and then worked home through the line. So I have liked her last 100 metres in both hit-outs, but just look for her to catch the eye late. 1,100 metres might be on the sharp side as far as her being a genuine winning hope.
Definitely, Mum went up over a mile, so you think time and distance will certainly suit her when she feels out into that frame. She will be a nice type. Brave was just on the other side, just keeping her nice and calm. She handled the yard quite well, but I expect improvement from today.
Rosie Rouge cost $1.7 million.
Probably
Of
2.
Madame Rouge, who of course was a big talent in Group 2.
Probably.
In Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
She's been the big firmer since this morning, so she was up and running for the early 2-year-old trials back in September.
Probably 2. Rex, you've got the right number, probably.
Tipped out thereafter, but that's encouraging. She's always obviously been a precocious type. Spell, 2 nice trials. She was crossed in the middle stage in the latest, but she settled, she dropped her head and she quickened. So the chances will probably be decided by how much work she has to do to stride across, but she'll put herself in a spot there and be hard to chase down.
Given that she had an expensive price tag next to her name, I expected her to look the part, and that she absolutely does. She's a lovely filly. She, too, has got really nice scope about her. She's very fit coming into this. You know that Gain Adrian's horses are always very much wound up for their first races, and there was intent there to have her ready to go. So she's on the pony. She's been handling it quite well. She's bred to be anything. Mum was a very good horse, and obviously Dad was too. So hence why the expensive price tag's there. But I'm not doubting her fitness at all.
11, Savvy Halley, Tyler Schiller, Brad Whittaker.
The barrier doesn't help her, but can make a case. I was going to say at odds, but she's been supported as well. So 2 nice trials, 8 weeks between them. In the latest heat, ran a distance second to Gambler at Warwick Farm, but it was a heat run in fast time and she cruised to the line. So with any luck from the gate, she should be hitting the line.
Yeah, 8 weeks between the trials. I actually remember her very first trial at Hawkesbury, and I thought I want to follow this filly. And then she had a few months off. She wasn't overly pressured in that more recent trial. If you go back through the family, her great granddam won a New Zealand Oaks, same family as Savabille, so she too might want a little bit of ground over time. But she's handled well enough here on debut.
And we'll finish off with Wooden Please, around the $26 mark. Regan Bayless, Chris Leeds.
Stable are going well with their 2-year-olds this season, so 2 trials for this Wootton Bassett filly at Wyong and Newcastle. Found the line in both of those and under a hold, so it looks to have something to offer, albeit she's sent around big odds here on debut.
Another one of these Wootton Bassett, so she did everything right. I thought her trials were nice. I thought she took a lot of improvement from her first to her second. Again, she's another one that'll take a lot of benefit out from whatever she does here this afternoon.
Adrian Bott's been good enough to join us. They have Rosie Rouge, a $1.7 million filly. First foal out of the multiple group winner in Madame Rouge. You must be excited.
Oh, yeah, she's quality filly. I think we've seen that at the trials. Fortunately, there's some lovely improvement and scope with her going forward. But, natural ability's got her here today, and she's found a race with plenty of depth, so we'll get a great line on her today.
You speak of that scope. Do I read into that there's a fair bit of improvement out of what we see today?
Yeah, no doubt. I think even as she sort of gets further and, in distance and deeper into the campaign, naturally, we're going to continue to see that improvement.
Okay, and you snuck into the Oakley plate with Espionage, drew 11, I think, but you must be excited to see him back.
Yeah, look, I think that's a nice draw for him in a big and open field there. Got a first look around the track there during the week on Tuesday. Worked around excellent, so he seems in really good shape. Excited to get him back to the races.
Good luck here, good luck Saturday.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Greg Greenbot. Let's get to Shani for her pick of the yard. Who is it, Shani?
A lot of really nice horses that you'd expect, especially given some of them were quite expensive. Napoleonic, horse number 5, I was really taken by him, another one of these Wootton Bassets, but he's just a really nice horse to look at, and I couldn't take my eyes off him. King of Pop, I thought he paraded really nice, a lovely sprinting time. Was a little bit warm, but that's forgiven. And Rosie Rouge, nothing wrong with her. She's an expensive filly, but she's fit and ready to go.
The last couple just loading the gates now. 2, 10, 3 and 1. I've got Congressman on top, thinking he gets the run of the race here, and there has been some support for him. $6.50 into $6. Here's the first at Warwick Farm. Here's Darren.
Thanks, Mardo, and Brad, we're ready to go on the first here at Warwick Farm, and the Oaks. There is a ripper here for the 2-year-olds. King of Pop, the favourite, and they're off. And Sea Admiral anticipated the start well with Rosie Rouge and Savvy Halley out wide. Just being restrained now, the latter as Sea Admiral goes on with the job. And leaked away from Rosie Rouge, Savvy Halley, King of Pop, drive right up behind them on the outside of Wootton Please. 2 lengths then to Congressman, followed by Napoleonic. Mastery there being snagged back. Burma Star and Reflect are the last 2. Sea Admiral is a narrow leader from Rosie Rouge and Savvy Halley the outside. King of Pop in a stalking spot on the outside of Wootton Please. The Master of the Air is going around the field now, improving it. Congressman getting onto its back. Further back to Napoleonic, Burma Star and Reflect the last one. These leaders have worked a bit up front. Sea Admiral and Rosie Rouge off the bridle now from Savvy Halley. King of Pop pulls out, and Master of the Air getting right to the outside. Savvy Halley moved up to Sea Admiral. Now King of Pop starting to lengthen. Further back to Master of Air and Burma Star. Savvy Halley shows the way. There's one danger. It's Pop. King of Pop. King of Pop moves up on the outside of Savvy Halley, and King of Pop got there. Top of the chart.
311-2.
King of Pop nosed out Savvy Halley, and a gap back to Congressman third. Further back there.
3 definitely had the advantage.
Further back to Reflect. Rosie Rouge dropped out for Wootton Please, and Seattle, who led them up early, for the last to finish.
It is tight, but it looked as though the 3 just got the beak down in time. It's a big
What the
11,
fish was
3,
that 11?
2 and 1 to my eye. King of Pop, if in fact he has got that bob, the son of Farnan, a Farnan colt, cost $800,000 of the Magic Millions, his half-sister Nouveau.
Yeah, what? One? I mean, let's not get into that conversation of one. One was the only one that had any numbers. One was the one which had any numbers. The other thing was that the 3 got through. The 10 was a filly which should have gotten there. I liked it more than the 3 because that was a colt. But that's a better management. 36. I mean, whatever you want to consider this is, whatever little that is still a difference. And here, each point counts. 11 was gate number 10. It was same quality horse. See, 35, 36. 10, then 11. The difference is CNF. 10 was not on the CNF. This is CNF. Better management, that's all. Better management. That is all. I will go to the next. 4 and 7 has been scratched. All right, this is what I have. So we are looking at 6 and 3, the first one. Now, advantage is definitely with 6. If we look at the RTH, then that's a huge relaxation on 6. That's a huge relaxation on 6. I have nothing against 3. 3 is with one of the best hands. So 6 definitely gets in. But in which order is a thing that needs to be figured out. So it's so 6 is definitely in. All right, 6 is definitely in. 3 is in, but let's check 2. So 2 is laid right below 3. All right, it is laid right below 3 with that. So it doesn't have the rail support. That's one side of the story. The other side is it is going to tail, and that's pretty much going to happen. 3 is there, 3, and then probably 8. 5, they've got that's a 7-year-old mare. Versus if we look at this 8, which is a 7-year-old gelding, on a 2000 meter, it is carrying 6 kilos less, 3 kilos less than these two horses. From this, it is about 5 kilos. From this one, it is about 3 kilos. So definitely it has advantage on a 2100 meter. We do not have a 5-year-old mare. 5-year-old mares are the ones in this distance, but 6, I definitely like the 6 with the way things have been placed. This thing has been into 6 different league races, but the condition is this, that they're also suffering with their team, which is not huge, but that's there. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock.
She dragged us in by the ear and said, "Sit down and watch your dad's race." And he ran second. We've been there to Sir Dapper. And went from there. The first horse I ever strapped to the race was a horse called Boasting. He ran third in the slipper. So, you know, it's just that connection. Yeah, great piece on Belle Mercy, and she's lining up on Saturday in the Silver Slipper Stakes at Group 2 level, race 6 at Rosehill Gardens. Came up with barrier number 2 for Zach Lloyd. So keen to see Belle Mercy first up, has trialled well. Here is your Golden Slipper market, and Wotan is the favourite, $3 on tap fixed odds. And of course, Belle Mercy and Wotan will do battle in that Silver Slipper Stakes. Wotan is $3 to win the Slipper. He's $2.15 to win on Saturday. He's drawn barrier 11 of 11 with the rail out at Rosehill Gardens. So good test for him, but he's certainly the best 2-year-old we've seen this season, winning by a space on debut. Belle Mercy's there at $11 for the Slipper. North England at 11. Apocalyptics at 11. Shaggy's not nominated. Of course, Piero winner on Saturday, $15. Comedy 17. Western Swindon Spurt 17. Within the Law 21. And that previous winner at Warwick Farm, Farnan, King of Pop, it is $26 for the Golden Slipper. So just put in the market there after he won $26. Speaking of Warwick Farm, there was a late scratching in the second race. So the favourites come out there, sevens. It came out 25 minutes or so ago. So there's your new market. Smart Legend 250, Decadent Tail 380, and Kirakan $4.40. So just be mindful of that. That favourite was a late scratching sevens. I'll tell you exactly what time it came out. Came out at 2:03, so it was 35 minutes or so ago. Okay, we'll take a break, and then when we do that, they'll be in the yard for us for a second.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
We have a race number 2, and this is the Highland Race Colours Handicap, 21 to 40-yard journey, 3-year-old and up, benchmark 72, as we all take a breath after having a look at those impressive 2-year-olds in the first. Favourite in this one is Smart Legend, and just take note, a key scratching, Sevens has come out. So that horse was our favourite prior to the scratching, and it was only a little way ago, 203 local, 29 by 24 for deductions there, and Stinging the Tail 13 by 12. So you can strike a line through horses 4 and 7, but 4 are late one. Let's check out Jack Duggan, Natural Willer, and Jason Deemer. Brad?
He's hard fit into his preparation, and he has won 2 of his past 4, including last start when a dominant winner at Scone from outside the lead. So you look through his form, and he has come up short in town in the past, but there's no real designated leader here. So being a last start winner, Nash aboard, gets map favours, he should run well with the setup.
He presents much the same as you tend to see this horse do. He's always been a lovely gelding. Nothing's ever seemed to faze him. He's had plenty of racing now. He's deep into a campaign. He doesn't carry a great deal of condition. That is just him. But I thought his win was quite dominant the other day. There's no reason why he can't make it back to back.
The 2 is King of Florida, Tyler Schiller for Daniel Robinson of Wyre.
I was convinced that there was a really talented horse in there when he first arrived in the UK, but his finishing positions in Australia so far might suggest otherwise. So he still does a lot wrong. I know he's a 5-year-old with 12 starts, but you get the impression the penny really hasn't dropped. So now with Daniel at Wyong, he hasn't fired in 2 runs. He's hard to have off recent form, but he's the type of horse you would be surprised to see him improve sharply one day.
You and I both, Brad. I have tipped this horse so many times because he's just been a good looker, and I was convinced there was a lot of talent there. And he's got a few tricks, and that's why he's now with Daniel, because Daniel can sort these hard horses to handle out. I remember one day he dropped the rider and bolted around the track, and he's just, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth here, but once he gets out on the track, he's a bit of a trickster. He's a great type, always been really complimentary from what I've seen of him throughout his campaign. Maybe today he's fit now. There shouldn't be any excuses because he looks $1 million as he always does. So I'd love to see Daniel win a race or 2 with this fella.
Smart Legend keeps trimming in here, Brad. $3.10 to $2.50 word tab, and that's replicated on the New South Wales official price. Break not, planning 3.
He finds himself at the top of his game, so he's a horse that just raced his way back into form this time in. He's won 2 of his past 3, both over the 1900 metres at Canterbury. Wedged in between those was a second in Midway Company, went back to the mile, so he's very genuine. He'll slide forward. I think he finds himself outside the lead. Now, this is his first time beyond 1900 metres, but I don't think that'll be a problem.
The rate is 2 from 2 on him, so he's going to build a nice little association with him. And to be honest, as soon as I stopped tipping him, he's done nothing but run really well, so maybe I do the connections a favour and staying off him, but he looks great, always does. He's another one of those horses that just turns up each and every time you see him looking a picture of health. Today's no different, has not lost any condition whatsoever. He's had a lot of racing. This is the right time to try him over a bit further.
Maddie Smith has the 5 Decadent Tail crossover noseband off for the first time. Zach Lloyd, barrier 3.
She's been the money horse in the past 5 minutes, so change of tactics, option to be ridden further forward if begins well. Now, there is an if there. You have to emphasise the if, because she has missed the start in all 3 runs back and just set herself impossible tasks. I like the way that she's worked through the line in all of those runs. I think it lays a nice platform for her back to midweek grade, 4th up out in trip. So you can make an argument that a better form is on wet tracks, but given the makeup of this field, I think she could potentially get away with it.
Maybe she's been resenting the noseband, and that's why they've opted to take it off her today. If she jumps cleanly, you'll know that that's what the issue was. That's why she's been stepping away a bit slow. But she's another one of those just real neat mares. She always looks great. Once she reaches a peak fitness, she's able to maintain that for a long period of time. So a win on the surprise here based off her looks.
Tim Clark's on board Curacam from an inside draw for Chris Waller.
Frustrating horse for the punters, but he's rarely far away, so he is winless in 10 runs this campaign, and that strike rate of just the 1 win from 23 starts makes him a hard horse to catch. That said, a couple of his recent defeats in this grade have been by half a length, so not too far away, and he's also had a few hard luck stories along the way, so you'd think he'll win another one of these shortly. Maps to get the right run. He should be just potted up just in behind here from the inside gate. He's got form through the right races.
Absolutely. I feel like I see him nearly every week, and I went back through and counted how many runs. He's actually had 10 runs this preparation, so this will be his 11th this time around. And you wouldn't know it looking at him. He's such a gross horse. He obviously thrives being in work. He loves his tucker. You can tell by the condition of him. So he's fit, he's well. still looking good and still racing consistently.
And Hawkesbury trainer James Ponsonby has the 8 Phillipsburg. Winona Costin comes into 6 with that scratching.
He's quite easy in betting, so he is on the quick backup. He raced at Newcastle on Saturday. He worked over okay into 4th without ever really threatening. So we're going back 63 weeks now since his last win, and he probably needs a wet track to be competitive at this level.
Gradually stepping him out and trip, they've really taken their time, or James has really taken his time to step him out over this distance. It certainly won't be a problem, you wouldn't think. It's his first time, but he's got a lot of fitness on his side on the quick backup. He seems well within himself. He's equipped and it looks like he's happy to be here, so that's always a promising sign for these horses on the quick backup.
All right, Matty Smith has plenty of quality runners here today. Wouldn't be surprised if he left with a few victories under his belt. Decadent Tail looks a nice chance. 4th up. Cherry right for today, mate?
Yeah, for sure, Ben. Look, the first couple of runs I thought were excellent. Last start, just seemed to get back in the field and couldn't get into the race. So, on the first 2 runs back, I could definitely see her figuring the finish here. Work's been good. She looks very well. She's paraded good today. So, yeah, she's ready to go today.
Do you think there'll be an option to be a little closer? Does she have that ability still?
Look, if you go back through her form, she definitely could be a bit closer. And I said to Zach today, if she does jump well, just roll forward on her and had the option there to do that for sure. Like, it's only a small field, so you want to try and keep out of trouble.
Okay, what are you expecting from Silencio Por Favor later on?
Yeah, look, he should run really well. His work's been good and his trial was good. I can't really fault him. I think we're positive with him and see he's the best horse in the race.
Okay, Pioneer Lass, maybe a blowout hope, and you've got one in the last as well. How do you consider their hopes?
Yeah, Pioneer Lass was good. At Randwick last start, never really got a crack at them. No reason she wouldn't be in the finish, just at 60 kilos. I can't fault her. And what else we got? We got the 5th horse in the last here. Now, he's going super too. His run was good at Randwick last start. He wasn't far off, and he's building up and he needs a mile. So home track, a mile, 3rd up should be right.
Okay, Headwall, you're going to head to Melbourne as opposed to staying in Sydney?
Yeah, we just want to see how he drew, but definitely go to Melbourne with him. Horse is great. I can't fault him, and just with the weight, etc. there, it's sort of worth having a shot at.
Exciting times. Good luck here.
Thanks, man.
And for Saturday as well. Thanks very much to Matty Smith. Who's your pick at the yard, Chantel Buckley?
I'm going to go with King of Florida here because, as I said, I've always thought this horse has had a load of talent. We haven't seen the best of him. He looks fantastic. He's nice and fit now, having his 3rd run for the campaign. So I'm hoping today he can show a little bit more than he has done in recent months. Smart Legend, again, always a picture of health. And she's a
Gentlemen, please stick to English, otherwise the moderation is on. It will delete the messages if the messages are not in English.
Was 30, so a bit of market confidence that she can get the cash here, and she does have that great profile of Saturday company back to the midweeks, and we see that work quite often, so I can see why the market has reacted that way. 3 Smart Legend, what you see is what you get. He'll slide forward, he'll make his own luck. He's an easy bet to have, albeit after deductions you're being asked to take $2.50 now. 6 Kirakan, he won't be far away. He never is. And 1 Jack Duggan could get on-speed favours here. It's going to be a battle of tactics. There's only the 6 runners, so if he gets a breather there in the middle stages, he at least brings winning form into this, and he could be hard to chase down. So 5, 3, 6 and 1. Unfortunate whether we did lose 7s, robbed us a bit of interest in the race, particularly those punters that did get the early price. But I'm still with Decadent Tail here. 5, 3, 6 and 1, Anthony.
Market agreed with you as well, Brad. The late money is for Decadent Tail, so as much as $3.50 even after that late scratching, and now into $3.10. Smart Legend getting out to $2.70 now, so he's on the drift. Kirakan's at $4 and Jack Duggan's at $7.50, but the late money is with Decadent Tail. Minute of time remaining before they load. Ben, Brad, final thoughts?
I'll go through some housekeeping if you don't mind, Anthony. So we touched on the late scratching, which is clearly significant for this. So that was on Vet's advice, 201, that 7s came out. We did also get through some change of tactics, and some of them relatively late. So race 2, number 4, Decadent Tail, has that option to be ridden further forward if beginning well. And we heard from Matty Smith, that was always, I guess, going to be the case. They've been out the back their past few and don't want to be doing that again. As for the others, race 3, number 10, Majorca Sunset, to be ridden further forward. We've seen that galloper well put already. Brad, you were keen on that galloper. Did you expect that.
Yes,
Yep.
Got a long way back from the barrier there at the last start, and that pretty much got him beat. So today he can possibly up just in behind the speed, I would have thought.
All right, and race 6, number 2, Angel Down, to be ridden further forward if they begin well there too. Just take a note of those. Getting close to start time, let's get to Darren Flindell. A couple left to load here for this 2140 metre event.
Johnny Farnan was recognised as the king of pop when there was such an award in the 70s. Won it 5 years in a row. Phillipsburg is the last to move in. Big drifter in the market, Phillipsburg, and the light is on and we're ready to go for the second race. The gates are back and they're off and racing. Phillipsburg will be taken back to last decade and tail just ease back a bit. So Smart Legend jumped well and is ridden with intent, and Smart Legend will take the lead away from Jack Duggan. King of Florida settles third, then Curican. Decade and tail just drop back for cover, and a length behind it is Phillipsburg in the early stages of the race. So Smart Legend in the hands of Braithknock. And Smart Legend, the post-time favourite, leads approaching the mile mark by 2 lengths on a keen-going Jack Duggan. King of Florida racing in third, then came Curican. 3/4 the outside, Decade and Taylor. A length last of all is Phillipsburg. So Smart Legend under a double grip, just pulling a little bit, and this allows King of Florida to make an early move. And Tyler Schiller will try something different today on King of Florida. Hasn't won a race in Australia as yet, and is the outside of the field, but King of Florida takes the lead clearly now by 2 lengths on Smart Legend. He was travelling strongly in the lead under restraint. 3 further back to Jack Duggan. Then came Decade and Tail, dropping to the midweek and after a string of Saturday runs. Further back to Curican and Phillipsburg last of all. So Tyler letting King of Florida run along a little bit here, and it's about 2 lengths clear from Smart Legend, just closing the gap a little bit as they race inside the 900. 3 further back to Jack Duggan. Then Decade and Tail parked on the outside of Curican. Still 2 lengths last of all is Phillipsburg. So King of Florida down the side section of the course, leading by 2 lengths to Smart Legend. Jack Duggan starting to close in a little bit. They're followed by Decade and Taylor's really babysitting Curican in the run, and Phillipsburg struggling to keep up with them. So King of Florida approaching the turn, shows the way, really being shoved along now, and Smart Legend gets very close on the outside. Jack Duggan's peeling off heels. Curican's out of a pocket. Decade and Tail being shoved along, and Phillipsburg actually coming into the race a little bit as they straighten for the run home. Decade and Tail makes the move now, moved up to Jack Duggan, Curican. Phillipsburg looking a bit of a chance down the outside. Jack Duggan, Decade and Tail, and Phillipsburg the outside. Phillipsburg's come from last and is going to beat them. The rank outsider of the field, Phillipsburg.
We had 8, but
Then came Curican from Smart Legend, and finishing tailed off at the end is King of Florida. We might need
yep.
another host for the
8.
balance of the day on Sky One. Well done to you, Marto.
Absolutely. Andrew Martin, of course, a part owner in Phillipsburg. Congratulations.
I didn't go with the 8 because of the management on that horse.
To the Ponsonby team, well played. Phillipsburg from off speed has been able to launch over the top of them late. I tell you what, I feel for anyone who took the $8.50 early and got the 29% haircut when sevens came out. Closed around $20, $13.60 on the New South Wales tote, but $20 available across tab, and it ended up at that price on the NOP as well. Been a fantastic course, this 7-year-old son of Perrin Cantor. That's win number 8 at start number 61. Prize money goes in excess of $500,000 now, about $513,000. So well done to Winona Costin. Brilliant work as well. Jack Duggan was brave up on speed. Decade and Dale, to my eye, certainly had its chance. And Curican, much the same could be said, having settled back there with Phillipsburg. Bradley?
Yeah, it was a patient ride from Winona, wasn't it? There was a few moves going on throughout. King of Florida took off in the middle stages, yet he was the one just minding his own business out the back, and he does break a runabout, 63 weeks between wins, but here he is on a dry track and just drives home right over the top. So someone forgot to tell Phillipsburg that he was $8 down to $21 and completely friendless, because he gave them a start and he ran them down well. Jack Duggan continues that good
469. So this is what's going on. The 10 and 11 is let's talk about 7 and 3. All right, 7 and 3, they kind of the thing is going on. This thing is going on between 7-3 because that's the linear, right? If we look at the RTH, that's 7-3-10 in 5. Sorry, 7-3-10 in 5. They're there. The 5 is also there. But out of all this, that 3 is the best managed. That's the best hand. 3 is the best hand, hands down. 3 is the best hand, but 3, these two are zero risk. They have just 1-1 races that they have been to. So whether they'll be able to repeat that is something that I am not sure. Though 3 is definitely well managed with one of the best hands. 7 is with the advantage on the handicapping is the linear ones. That's the highest 2, which is going through. That's the highest linear. Then we also have 1 and 15. 1 is the highest outer drift. 15 is the chase. 15 is the chase. So that's there. Now, I don't know this. I like 10 and 11. I like 11, but they're like that. So this thing can go horribly wrong if we go with 11. 10 has advantage, and but this one is a colt, the next one is a colt, so this is anyway a mixed sex. They are going to be sharing gates. That's there. 1, 2, that's 1, 15 and 1, 15, and I like the 15 more than the 1, but the advantage is definitely with 10. I'm not going to step into this.
You might be right. We'll get a chance to.
Do we have any time to talk to Boris, or maybe he's just going to weigh in? He's just going to weigh in anyway. That's all right. 2 beats 3, 5, and 6. Favourite home in the first here, Anthony?
Yeah, hasn't he found a home too? Scarlet Prince. I knew this horse trained down here in New South Wales, and he was he was a capable sort of provincial, good country class horse, but he certainly found a home up there in Brisbane. So 4 starts up there now for 2 wins, a second and a third. It's going as well as ever. Scarlet Prince. I think he might have won in Randwick Cup or something like that back in another life. It's been a good old horse, Scarlet Prince. He's going well up there. Okay, we'll leave it there. Race number 3 from Warwick Farm's up next. We're 9 minutes away. Majorca Sunset, one of the better back runners all day here into 270. Here is Brad, Ben and Shetty.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm. Race number 3 coming up. The captive on it, Kia Aura Handicap, a 3-year-old maiden worth 100 grand, 1400 out trip. Favourite around $2.70 at the moment, Majorca Sunset. But we're going to start off the yard with Polymnia here, who's first up. Zach Waddick for O'Shea and Charlton, a half to the listed winner in Casablanca.
Yeah, she's got a lot going for her, doesn't she? So she also comes through a group company at Moonee Valley last time we saw her at the races, where she did jump $2.50. So did race a touch flat on that occasion, but you have to respect that SP coming back to the midweeks here. First up, 1,400 metres, intent to be read into that setup, and you'd think that it's only a matter of time before she knocks off that elusive maiden victory.
Definitely. I'm surprised that she hasn't won that maiden yet, and saying that she hasn't been far away in a couple, and she has contested some much harder races than this. I think she's come back in really nice order. She was always a really nice filly. She looks like she's filled out a fraction, not a great deal, but she looks like she has somewhat. She's really bright herself. She's really focused. She's walking out beautifully. She looks forward. Her 2 trials have been nice. She's not been asked to do a great deal in either of them, but she certainly presents well enough here first up.
Waterhouse and Bock have the 2, Conchiero, Regan Bayless, Barrier 11.
He's very firm in betting here, as expected. So he was great there at Warwick Farm first up. That was over the 1,200 metres. Battled on bravely in a fast race behind Spaceballs. Held third easily. There was market confidence. That was his first run as a gelding. So he'll come across to offset the wide gate, make his own running. Out to 1,400 metres looks to suit.
He definitely has come on from that first up run. I actually had him on top from the yard. First up, I thought he looked well enough. He just bumped into what may be a very progressive filly going forward, but he's trimmed up definitely off that, so you'd expect him to be fighting out the finish based off his looks.
3, In and Out, Natural Willer, Barrier 8, Chris Waller.
Half brother to Wave Rider Boy, so kept finding the line on debut to run second as a $7 chance. Now third and fifth from that race have won already, one at Canterbury and one at Newcastle. So a few form upgrades thereafter, and he's another horse that should be suited out to 1,400 metres.
He's a big gross type. He will love the extra 200 metres here today. I thought he was working to the line steadily there, so the extra distance is certainly suit. He's a big downward-looking type of gelding that will probably continue to stretch out over further.
Walls Me Mate, Horse 5, Ronan Whelan, Barrier 10 for Robert Quinn.
Not a lot of support for him today, so he comes through 2 fast races in 2 runs back where he has placed. He's stuck on okay behind an odds-on favourite on the Kenzo first up, and then kept finding a line through that same Spaceballs form reference. He did race on that occasion like he wants, 1,400 metres, and you do have to respect his SP profile coming through what is an important leader.
Doesn't mean anything wrong with both of his grades this time around. He doesn't carry a great deal of condition, but he's still in really good nick. He's got the fitness edge coming into this, having a couple of runs under his belt, and that's going to take him a long way.
7, Jacob's Ladder, Zach Lloyd, Barrier 9, John Thompson.
Encouraging debut, so closed off hard over the 1,100 metres behind Shallow Gold. There was money for him at double-figure odds. He wasn't the best out, but there was a huge gap back to fourth. Has won a trial since, and don't mind the intent, straight out to 1,400 metres at start 2.
Definitely. I looked at that and thought, well, it's a big jump, but then he has had that tick-over trial just to keep his fitness ticking on. He presented nicely here on debut, and I thought his run was very, very good there. I love the way he tapped the line. He looks great here. Doesn't have the size and strength of a few of these others, but he's certainly in tip-top order.
Horse 8, So Suave, Jason Collett, Chris Waller. His dam has been a remarkable producer. All 5 siblings have won multiple races. 7-time winner, Affluential. Listed winner, Very Flash. And a horse you guys might have heard a little bit about. This horse, a full brother to 11-time Group 1 winner in Very Elegant.
Yeah, what I like about him already is the fact that his name is much easier to spell than Very Elegant, So Suave. So pedigree does make him a really interesting runner here. He's hard to have off his 3 trials. He still looks to be a bit of a late maturing type. The latest was by far the best of those trials, I will say that. So he does look to be trending the right way, but he's a bit of a watch and learn.
He's a bit better looking than his sister too, just quietly. He's a really nice horse. He just looks very green, doesn't really know what it's all about. He's very raw. He's going to be a beautiful horse when he fills out into himself. Look, he's handling the yard quite well. They've hopped across over the nose bend on him. He may want to go a little bit fierce underneath him, but he's certainly a horse I'd like to follow.
Bern Baker and Josh Parr team up with the 10, Majorca Sunset.
How about the go on this horse? So $8.50 first mark on Monday, and that has continued. He is now a $2.50 favourite. So there's been excuses all the way through for this horse. He strikes this 4th up. Now, first up, he ran in a Hot Now Remain, won by Point and Shoot, that had provided 6 subsequent winners. He was luckless at Randwick second up, and then he was beaten by the Barrier Blogger last time out. So bred to love 1,400 metres, and we did get that earlier change of tactic to make use of the draw and park up close.
Looks great race on paper for him physically. He's just a neat gelding. There's not a lot of him, but he's been racing very, very well. I can see why the money has come for him. He parades beautifully. Not a standout in the yard by any means, but there's certainly nothing wrong at the same time.
Okay, number 11 rugby has been a big drifter, $8.50 out to $19, which does surprise me a touch. Has been gelded Winker's first time, Ash Morgan and Jack Bruce teaming up.
First run for Jack, formerly with Chris Waller. So in his 2 previous runs, he was with Chris. I do respect Jack placing this horse coming down from Queensland. Now, looking at what he did in those 2 starts, he learned as the winner at Canterbury on debut on a heavy track and went down narrowly, and then just never got into the race at his subsequent start when a $4 chance. So a bit inconclusive in the 3 trials, so he should be ready to go.
Well, the fact that he's brought him all the way down here and Jack's here on track suggests that they think he could run well. Nice little track. He's gelded now. He's a few so lighter. They've thrown a set of winkers on him. He's had 3 trials to get him ready for this. So there's a bit of intent to have him ready for this first up assignment.
Chris Waller's in Clark with the 15 Shannoni.
The first 2 to the corner with the first 2 home at Canterbury last start, so it can be a touch forgiving, given the race shape. Was also jumping 12.50 out to the 15.50. So third up, back to 1,400 metres, and do respect that she jumped $4 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, not a lot wrong with her. I actually spotted her in their trials before she even debuted, but I haven't seen her in the flesh. So it's the first time I've laid eyes on her. She did everything right. She comes here nice and fit. So I'd expect a form reversal from her now that she's had a few runs under her belt.
Ron Quinton, Reece Jones with the 16 Heavenly Kiss.
Showed no gate speed at all at Warwick Farm first up. That saw her settle out the back, had to be pushed along in the early stages just to keep in touch. Did pick off a few late, running right through the line, so might have some upside getting out to 1,400 metres.
Definitely better for the run that she had here the other day. She does bump into a few handy ones when she has come on.
And then we've got the 17 Callie and Tyler Schiller for Team Hawks.
He's a half-brother to F Troop, so didn't fire in 2 runs in his first preparation at Sandown and then Newcastle. He's had the 2 trials, but he would need to improve.
I did note that I actually wrote in my comments, maybe he's come back better this preparation, and you certainly hope so. I haven't seen him before, but he lived well enough here in the yard. There's nothing wrong with him. You just like to see him improve from what he did last time around.
That's a look at them in the yard. Majorca Sunset, well named by the Autumn Sun out of Rosa Beneza. Well named as half the battle. Let's try and get a win into this horse. Glenn Locke joins me. How are the confidence levels of the stable?
Yeah, pretty good, Ben. He's he's a horse that's raced with no luck. From the beginning, he's been stiff in a few races. This looks like the setup good for him. Drawn good. Should be in the first 3 or 4. Get a nice trip from there. Josh is reasonably confident. He rides a lot of work with him, and he has rode him at trial. So, and I think this is his first go on him. So, so hopefully it can be a win and go.
All right, and your pick of the rest, right? The River in race 4, Don Pedro in race 5. Should I have a bet on either?
Well, I think Don Pedro, just hope a bit of the freshness still in his legs. He's got the blinkers back on today, which will probably keep him a little bit sharp for the 1,400. Drawn well enough, he's going to be up leading or thereabouts, so I think he'd be hard to beat. Now the horse Ride the River, he'll go forward from an outside gate, hopefully find the lead and be there to finish.
Okay, best of luck.
Thanks, man.
Thanks very much to Glenn. Let's get to Shani. Who's your pick of the art, Shani?
Jacob's Ladder was number 7 for me. He's had that tick over trial from his debut run, stepped out at 1,400. As I said, he hasn't got the size and scope of some of the others in the race, but he just looked absolutely spot on fitness-wise. I thought Polymnia paraded really nicely, but there's been absolutely nothing for her. And Majorca Sunset again, much like Jacob's Ladder, not a lot of him, but he's a rock-hard fit. Probably been a little bit luckless of late.
Late mail numbers, I'm with the money horse, 10, 2, 1 and 7, 10 Majorca Sunset. So $2.40 now for this firm and heavily backed favourite to beat Conchiero. The punters have really singled out these 3 at the top of betting. So Conchiero looks to get across without doing too much work. That'll probably make or break his race, but he put the writing on the wall there first up that he's very much a coming winner. 1 Polymnia, as Shani touched on, completely friendless in betting, $4.80 out to $10. So that's a touch concerning, but she's always been a classy filly. And 7 Jacob's Ladder, there's been good support there as well, holding firm at that $4.20 quote. So 10, 2, 1 and 7 by my maths, Anthony. If you took the $8.50 early doors there for Majorca Sunset, you're on at $7.90.
You've done half my job for me. It's not a bad spot to be. You're on at nearly $8 and it's $2.50 and holds 50% of all money, Majorca Sunset. So very well back. Conchiro $3.90 and Jacob's Ladder $4.20. There's more money on Jacob's Ladder compared to Conchiro, but nowhere near as much as Majorca Sunset. Here's Darren.
The Walker run last time showed he's ready for this type of trip now. Bowlesby Mate ran well last time. Bowlesby Mate going in. $14 the call about him. Trained here at the track by Rob Quinn. Now Conchiro, who's right in the market, on the outside. Conchiro tightening up to $3.90 now. as we're in the very final stages of loading for race number 3. Ruffy won the previous, Phillipsburg over the 2140 metres. This is over 1400 and the gates are back. They're off and racing. Conchiro jumped pretty well from the wide draw and is being sent forward. Yes, ridden with purpose, Conchiro. Leads away from Wolseley, mate Jacob Ladder, Majorca Sunset right there pushing through on the rail. They're followed by Shinoni right behind. In and out deeper out on the track. They're followed by Rugby in the middle of the pack. 2 lengths or so far. Then came Palimnia from Heavenly Kiss and Kalian the Ruffy had dropped back to last. Conchiro down to the rails leads with Wolseley made the outside. 2 lengths to Jacob Ladder and Majorca Sunset 4. So all the key players in the betting in the top quartet of the 800 metres. A length and a half to Shinoni in the pink, followed by In and Out. Then came Palindia. Further back to Rugby, So Suave. Second last, Heavenly Kiss, and Kalian sees them all. 600 to go. It's Conchiro, a half in front, now a neck. As Wolseley mate serves it up now on the outside. Followed by Jacob Ladder, and Parr gets hard to work now on the favourite Majorca Sunset. Coming around the turn, Conchiro pushed on now from Wolseley mate. Majorca Sunset building up the revs. And further back to Jacob Ladder on the rails. It's Conchiro beating off Wolseley mate. Conchiro got 2 in front. Then Majorca Sunset, Jacob Ladder. Palindia's coming off heels with a decent run late, but Conchiro with a good kick inside the 100. Conchiro clear. Palindia through to second. Conchiro's going to lead all the way from Palindia. Jacob Ladder third. Sunset a battling fourth. Then came Shinoni from In and Out. Heavenly Kiss, So Suave, Rugby, Kalian. And Wolseley mate dropped out to finish last.
Welcome back, CC.
And Conchiro manages to atone for that last start second here at Warwick Farm over the 1200, steps up to the more suitable 14 and runs it out strongly. A 3-year-old son of Pirata, Regan Bayless, gets a win. Waterhassan Bot strike. And well done to followers of Nick Burney on Punters Intelligence, who highlighted this galloper yesterday. Preliminary in for second has run a bottler there for O'Shea and Charlton's Aquatic, $3 a place. Jacob's Ladder looks for that run towards the inside and did just get blocked at an important time by Conchiro, who rolled back onto it, but absolutely no match for the winner and certainly looked to have his chance. Majorca Sunset, the same can kind of be said, had cover, peeled out at the right time, but there wasn't enough left in the tank. 2, 1, 7 and 10.
Winner was simply too good. So you thought that turning home, he was under siege, and you're looking for something in behind to make him make it. To his credit, he relished 1400 metres and just kept on charging away. So never in doubt once he found that little winning break halfway down the straight. Preliminary made some kind of late headway, and given there wasn't a beat for her late in betting, that suggests that she can take a bit of improvement from that. She actually started $11 at jump. Jacob's Ladder, I think the merit with that performance is the fact that he was over 1400 metres. So I wouldn't be too quick to drop off him, but all honours the winner, and off that, I don't think it'll be his last win.
No, yes, Novato, it paid well. It paid very well, the two.
We're still learning a little bit about against the 1400
and the one as well.
After the 5-time winner in Platinum Attack, beautifully bred. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Delighted for First Light Racing connections there. The great England bonus attached. So a big thank you to the sponsors there. I think that goes a long way and obviously makes a big difference to have a
welcome back, PC.
On top of that, to hopefully be reinvested into some nice horses.
Well, just on that front, this is a super maiden, so 100,000 in prize money. I think it's 48 for first. You throw in the English bonus, and that's a fair maiden that's been knocked off there.
Yeah, handy little collect today for them. It's great to see him break his maiden in such nice fashion. He's a deserving winner of that. I think he's a nice progressive horse, and first up he showed a nice return, and I think the key was just getting him out in trip today.
You're never quite sure with the Piratas. I reckon he could be quite a versatile stallion, but he seemed to lap up that 14 there today.
Yeah, he did. He was able to use the tactical speed that he's got. He can get at a tempo now over the 14 where he can absorb that pressure throughout. We saw him able to quicken off nicely off the back of it. He wandered a little bit late, but there's still some nice improvement in that regard to come.
All right, well played. Good shopping too.
Thanks, Rush.
Well done. Placement. It's a magnificent thing, Shani, as we get to you with Regan.
Indeed, he was great first up, bumped into a handy one, but he looked like he'd really trimmed up off that.
Oh, I noticed the same thing, Shane. He really trimmed up and mentally wasn't as buzzy. He was really just so relaxed today and just pretty much a real racehorse, you know. Went around the start beautiful, and his racing manners during the race was fantastic, and it's a good win.
Will he stretch out over Phil?
Absolutely. I know for sure he'll get a mile. And I think that'd be the natural sort of next progression. He still has a bit of a stargaze and has a bit of a gawk, but it's awesome out.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to Regan Bayless, who gets a win with the Conchiero. We're getting to know those colours pretty regularly these days, aren't we? First Light Racing, well done to Tim and the team. They get another win, and how about that prize money with the English bonus? So $5 top flight close, $3.90 on the toe. Preliminary second, Jacob's Ladder in for third. 2, 1, 7 and 10 across the line. Anthony?
Yep, too good for them. And look, he'd been pretty good in his 3 starts, hadn't he? He ran second at Wyong on debut behind Ripoff, beaten narrowly after leading. Then went to Warwick Farm, beaten behind Shohisha. That's pretty good form. And then first up was beaten only a length behind Spaceball. So all these 3 runs had been good. And I don't think they'll be too disappointed that they had to wait 4 runs to break the maiden, given that was a super mate with the English bonus. That's a massive payday for Conchero. Yeah, great result. It's been a terrific initiative, that English bonus. I was chatting to the team out there last week at the sales. I think something like 22, that might be 23 of the 38 or 39 races have gone off with that $100,000 bonus. So they've had to pay a fair bit out, the team at Inglis, but it's been a great initiative in terms of the sales as well, and people reinvesting back into the industry and buying more horses. And I've noticed the change as well on the digital platform as well. The maiden horses that are eligible for that series, they are going for big money. Okay, we'll leave it there. Race 3 from Warwick Farm. We'll head back to Ipswich next.
Right, so that's how it is. This one has a strong inner drift, but it's a 9-year-old gelding. I'm not sure what it will do, but it definitely has advantage. The one which is among the best is a colt. This is a mixed sex, so that is a colt, and I don't know what it will do, but if we look through the rails, then these are the 3 horses that are within rails. So 4 is a 9-year-old gelding, and it's 1,000 meter. 7 and 1 are there. 7 is the other one which is there. 1 has advantage. If we look through this, then 5, then probably 1. These 2 are the ones which are within the advantage. 8 is a tailing gate. It's running neutral. Good management on this. The other one, which is a little tricky to understand, is this 7-year-old gelding. It's in very good hands, and it's got advantage as well. It's like one of the largest advantage on that too. That's the biggest number on that too. So that too is in good hands. They are probably the best in terms of what's going on. This too has been tested on this ground. So those are possibilities. The 7 might get through. That might happen, but the winning chances are here. Now, I seriously have no clue what that colt is going to do. The colt is the best. It's got the best handicapping. It's got the best arrangement. It's got everything, but it lacks this side of the rails. It's coming from gate number 6, and I am not quite sure what will happen. I am not sure about the 9 as well, what this can do. But if we look at 5 and 7, they're tailing gates. And 8 and 9, they're tailing gates. So is 2. But this thing has got like 45 races. So is 1.
Over 1,000. Space Journey 3 wide. Epics join the centre inside that pair. Headline Legend. Then possibilities. Now Wheeler just easing out 3 wide. Might go up into the 3 wide cover flow. Only about 5 off the lead. Nevertheless, third last with heaps of say that Viscount Sydney the last pair. Into the next bed now. They've got 700 left to travel. Wanna Be Proud Kansas Sun. And the well-backed second favourite, Man of the Town, hasn't been afforded any favours. 3 wide, but coming after those 2 roughies and about to get to the lead. Space Journey up to 4th, then Pellegrini. Down possibilities. Starts to travel to the picture, but being asked to go by nevertheless, she is going. Then came Brave Hoshi gone. Effie's Joy trying to run on. Wider, he's associated as the widest. Then Viscount Sydney and Headline Legend. Possibilities reach the lead, but there are challenges. He's a Saint out wide coming home strongly. Man of the Town trying to box on. Then Effie's Joy. Possibilities the inside. He's a Saint is a real danger. He's a Saint race to the lead now. And he's a Saint pulled right away late. And beat home Possibilities. Third Effie's Joy. Viscount Sydney roughing for 4th. Then Man of the Town, who is due a wide trip, followed by Pellegrini, then Space Journey, well back Brave Hoshi, Ed's the son of the last headline legend and wanted the crowd.
So the winner is He's a Saint from last in the Jerry Harvey colours, 3-year-old by Tarzino, winding up 13.50 last start when he was playing, that's what he said, but they don't warm up this breed until they get to a mile, and that was pretty cruisy. Possibilities, that was as good as it gets, given the circumstances of that race. He was obliged to hopper into a 3-wide position with cover, but I think if you're back there, you'd have been happy with that, given the wide rail and the awkward draw. But she swept up on the outside. The leaders had sort of had enough of it, in particular Man of the Town, who couldn't get in, and they were Gonski. So the favourite reaches the lead shortly after turning into the straight possibilities. But you can see even from the top of the straight, He's a Saint was sort of bearing down on possibilities and has really put a gap on her over the final part. So Bernie, Jaden Lloyd, here at Ipswich, a winner, and I believe he was pretty keen on the chances of that guy.
Yes, apparently he has been down there at the Gold Coast writing some work for Tony and Matty. This horse in particular, Matt. Well done.
Yeah, credit to Jaden. He's galloped him a couple of times through now. He's made the effort to get in there quite early. He was very confident today, and I also was as well. He's a horse that has shown a lot, early days, and then he had a bad floating accident, which is why he was off the scene for quite some time. But he
Lewis, this will put you into timeout, Lewis.
Great to see Jaden get a winner back since.
Lewis, don't. The bot will put you into timeout, Lewis. Do not type in Spanish, no foreign language, my friend. It will put you into timeout, my friend.
I don't like to leave home, I'm told.
No, I left home and they keep coming to me, Bernie. I think they like the coast air. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? All right, well done with this horse, and onwards and upwards.
Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah, the clock tells the story. He did win by 2.5 lengths. He's a Saint, but they walked home. There was a lot of pressure up front, and they walked home in 37.16 on a track, somewhere between a 4 and a 3 is what we're gathering.
He's probably run 36 and a bit, given he came from second last.
Yeah, I think possibilities. Look, she was beaten hands down by him, but I think she just needs to draw a gate. She'll get that maiden away. Hopefully sooner rather than later. She's been consistent, but
Costly.
yeah, the barriers haven't helped her.
1, 4, 9 and 11. Anthony?
Win by He's a Saint. He sat back. He got on the back of the favourite their possibilities. It was too good for him late. So one running away.
Rex, why is that? I'll tell you why is that, because Rex, it is a dicey situation here. So in India there are 200 languages which are there. I'll have to allow each and every language which is spoken in India. No foreign languages, just let's stick to English that everybody can understand, and it's easier to communicate that way. It'll be a mess.
Fine. That's the way Brad Gray plays the quaddie. Let's get to the mounting yard with Brad Cheney and Ben.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of the first leg of the quaddie, the proven thoroughbreds handicap over the 1,000, 3-year-old and up, benchmark 72, 60,000 in prize money going on the line. First leg of the quaddie, let's get it here today. We've got even money about Silencio Por Favor, our favourite. But we'll start off the yard with Mabel, Zach Quaddick claiming 2 for Tracy Barton.
She was closing off well at Canterbury last start from a long way back. She does look well placed in this midway company, but you do find that she is at her most explosive when she is on the fresh side. So some knock regarding the setup here, but her best would probably win this.
There's never a knock on her condition. She's such a beautiful mare, always presents in tip-top order. Today is no different. If she can run up to her looks, then she's certainly in it to win. And Brad's right, her best could definitely win a race like this.
Ross Purcell and Jet Penza team up with the 2, Mr. Moffat.
He's always mixing his form at the moment, so he did improve at Wagga last start when second, albeit being 3 lengths by Rumours Abound. So he is a 1,000-metre specialist. 31 of his 45 starts have been over this trip.
He loves
Gabriel
the
Man,
Tasmanians as well.
WhatsApp is shared under the community tab. You can check the community tab.
Here looking superb, really can't fault his condition at all.
Please go to the community
Here's our
tab. You can
favourite
join the
Silencio
WhatsApp.
for Zach Lloyd and Maddie Smith, the half to the three-time winner in red dress.
Undefeated, so Kembla Grange and Scone in his first campaign. So I think he was originally priced on potential. I'm not surprised to see him a little bit soft in betting. I think that's just a market correction more so than anything. So that Scone win was by 3 lengths, albeit it is yet to provide a subsequent winner, and it was 24 weeks ago. So 3 trials, that'll have him nice and screwed down for this first up showing. Looks to have found the right race, but the knock is the price.
Absolutely, he's screwed down. He does only have to go 1,000 metres. So even if he was a touch underdone, he'd still be right to run out the 1,000 metres. But he's certainly rock hard coming into this. I guess it's a matter of where he lands because he's got a tricky, well, not a tricky draw, but there is a fair bit of speed there. I haven't seen him before. He's a nice enough type. He's not an overly big, strong type of gelding, but he presents well enough here. He's nice and settled, doing everything right.
Brad, you said in the preview $1.90 was too short. Even last night on Form Line Extra, in fact, $2.05 at the moment. What price would Silencio Por Favor have to get to for you to entertain?
240, 250.
You think that's achievable?
Oh, it's a long way out because when a horse like that, you're wanting to get it to that price, you've got to try and forecast where the rest of the money is going to go. And we've seen Misty Legend firm up, but other than that, there's probably not too many other angles.
No. We've got Abusive Power trimming out half a point, but that's about it. Let's go
to the post.
For Molly Bird claiming 2 here for Graz Vella.
He's another older sprinter with a great 1,000-metre record. The 1,200 metres has probably just found him out at his past 2 starts. So Matt Swirly dropped 7 kilos from last start, and given the setup, I could see him run a race at all.
That's a picture. Turned out beautifully. He's a rising 10-year-old. He's like a big cart horse, to be honest. There's a lot of him, but he loves these 1,000-metre trips. He comes in looking superb, looks to have travelled up well down there from Canberra, but I think that's just a great job. I honestly really have him on top from his looks.
Misty Legend, Shelly King Wolves, has trimmed in a point and a half now. Back to the encouraging.
I thought he was the one that was the bet when the markets first went up, and there's a bit of punter confidence around that he can repeat the first up victory from last time in. So there is a pattern there. That was at Wyong, but it was over 1,000 metres, and he dashed clear to win by a space. So he went second to Island Deck before spelling, albeit beaten near 3 lengths. He looked good in his 1 Rosehill trial. He tried alongside some speedy types, including Confess Our Dream. So interesting to note that his other career win did come over 900 metres. So he's developing a little knack for these shorter trips.
He's a lovely big boy, I've always really liked him from day one when I saw him the early days in those 2-year-old races, actually. He's feeling very well within himself. He's really spooked up now that Thailand's jumped on board. He's only had that one top trial coming into this, but he looks quite forward, and obviously he'll improve as he gets into his preparation, but he's certainly got enough fitness to run out a strong race here first up.
Then we have the Warwick Farm train number 6, Abusive Power, with Rebecca Bronick-Pragg claiming the 3.
So he's playing at home today, Abusive Power. So he has won out the 1,400 metres in the past, but he has been kept to a 1,000 metres second up, given the dominance of his first up win over this trip. Now, it wasn't narrow, so the challenge for him is transferring that into better company, but he's a lightly raced 6-year-old that's only had the 12 starts.
Yeah, they've obviously had a few little issues with him, and John's only got a few horses in his stable, but I thought it was a really good training effort to get this fella to win off such a lengthy break. He's then had quite a bit of time in between his last run and today. I think it's like 5 or 6 weeks, so he's on the fresh side coming here.
7 Bodacuna, Heavy Vanderhoven for Jason Coyle.
His 3-year-old doing a good job deep into his second campaign. This is his toughest test, but did beat She Within at Goulburn 2 starts back, just missed last start in that same grade. So handles all tracks and proven 1,000 metres.
Pretty hot is probably my only worry because the rest of these horses haven't really turned a hair, but he got himself quite hot. Maybe that's just him. Jason was on the other side, just trying to keep him nice and settled, nice enough type, but a bit too hot for a yard pick.
8's Ride the River, Ash Morgan, Bjorn Baker.
Was left without a finish at Wyong first up. He was posted 3 deep, wide the trip and working, and that saw him knock up. So beaten a long way as a $5 chance. His form lines through his previous campaigns do read well for this. Have to take him on trust to bounce back, and he might do a touch of work to cross from the gate again.
Very flashy type to look at by Headwater. There's certainly nothing wrong with his parade. If he ran up to his looks, he could run okay.
And the 9, which is Jin Soku, blinkers off, first time nose roll off, Joe Arbel.
Was good last campaign in Country Company, resumed with a sound second over the 1,000 metres at Maruya last time in. So he is proven enough over the 1,000, albeit he will improve with the run under his belt. 2 trials to tune him up for this, and I think he would be probably better suited than something slightly easier.
A few little gear changes for him. He got quite stirred up actually when Jay was jumping on board. He was doing cartwheels, he wasn't doing cartwheels literally, but he was spinning himself around. He will take you through.
Okay, Misty Legend looks a nice chance in this for Team Hawks and has trimmed up a little bit, albeit the majority of the support for our favourite at the moment with tab fixed odds. How do you expect your Galloper will be going today, Michael?
Yeah, Benix looks good. He's well, he's fresh. It's a nice race. We've runs were good first up, so we're expecting to run well. It's only one corner. Just, as per usual, typical Hawks instructions, ride the horse. So Tyler can let him be where he needs to be and hit the line solid.
You must be excited for the weekend. Are we going to see the Blade at Canterbury or Rosehill?
Look, we are undecided at the moment. He's actually drawn good in both, so we'll have a think about it. Probably more leaning to maybe towards Canterbury, but in saying that, it's the right race for both, obviously, going forward.
Okay, I'm asked about 2 others. Swift Falcon, draw 9 in the Hobart Villa. We're talking Randwick Guineas and then potentially Doncaster is the path?
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, we just want to get him back. It's not ideal when you draw a bit of an awkward barrier like that first up, but it is 1,400. His trial's great. He's done everything right. He's definitely on the improving path. He's come back bigger, stronger, better. Very happy with him, and obviously second up more than likely the Randwick Guineas, and then we'll just take stock from there and decide on what path we go.
And a yes or no to finish. Macarena wins, yes or no?
Yes, she does.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. I love the confidence. Shani, who's the pick of the yard?
I hope he's that confident. With Misty Legend, I've put him on top. I thought he presented beautifully. He's always been a lovely type every time I've seen him great in the yard. I thought Maple looked exceptional. And if you're looking for one at a value, Major Time, horse number 4, looks $1 million if you're looking for something at a bit of value.
Late mail numbers 5, 3, 8, and also with a Misty Legend here, and that support continues. So to a $4.20 second favourite, whereas your favourite, Silencio Por Favor, $1.85 out to $2.20. But what I like about Misty Legend, other than the fact that he was just a bigger price than Silencio when the markets first went up, is that he's got that proven 1,000-metre form. So a good fresh win first up last time in. I like the way that he's trialled up, and a repeat of that performance has him right in the finish here. 3, Silencio Por Favor. We don't know how good he might be. You're being asked to take a very short quote to find out. I think getting out to $2.25 on the NOP, $2.20 fixed odds is getting out to a more realistic quote, but he's 2 from 2. You can't do much more than that. 8, Ride the River, will carve across, and its fate might be known in the first couple of 100 metres. If it can get across without doing too much work, it can improve off that first up showing where he did have excuses. And 1 Mabel up the top. So
Yarn.
what, $11 now? She's a pretty good mare on her day. You just have to trust her because she's one-dimensional, but she could be coming with a rush. 5, 3, 8, and 1. Anthony?
Fourth year on top selection here, Misty Legend, now into $4.20. That is as short as he has been throughout betting. Silencio Por Favor is still the most popular runner, but out to $2.30. Misty Legend best back late. Outside of that, Mabel, who's a $10 chance, is the 3rd most popular runner. So if you can play one outside the first 2, perhaps Mabel. But Misty Legend, $3.80 now to all the late money for Misty Legend. Silencio Por Favor is Darren, for race number 4.
And a little bit of late support. She's into $10 now, Mabel. $2.40 about Silencio Por Favor, unbeaten in 2 starts, a drifting favourite. There's the light. And we're ready to go for leg 1 of the quaddie here at Warwick Farm. They're set. They're racing. A Major Time jump well set at Ride the River on the outside. They're the 2 vying for the lead under vigorous ride there, Major Time. They're followed then by Jim Soku going into 3rd position from Mr. Moppet and Abuse of Power. Silencio Por Favor settles in the second half of the field from the ballback Misty Legend Mabel. And Bodacuners last of all. Ride the River up on the outside, a Major Time. Mr. Moppet at the outside, followed by Jim Soku. Then came Abuse of Power. Silencio Por Favor, the favourite, striding up 3 wide. Misty Legend in a tricky spot there. Mabel behind. And Bodacuners last of all. Into the straight. Ride the River moved up. Race to a narrow lead. On the outside is Silencio Par for board. Misty Legends running into it well. It's Ride the River 3 lengths clear. Misty Legend has been sold up, giving chase. It's Ride the River in front from Misty Legend, who's coming hard on the outside. Misty Legend overhauls Ride the River. Up the inside.
5 man.
Then Jin Soku, Mabel late on the scene. Further back to Bo de Kuna, then came Major Time, Mr. Moffat. Silencio, por favor. Quiet, please. It's run last.
Yeah, I think the less said about that, the better. But Misty Legend, fantastic tipping. Brad Gray spotted that one early at a price. Chantel Buckley, well done with your pick of the yard, saluting as well, and to everyone who followed. $3.60 and $1.60. As soon as Tyler Schiller was out, and I tell you what, it was a decent hip and shoulder. As soon as he was able to hip and shoulder into the clear, that race was effectively over. Rod and River had given a decent kick with a couple of lengths clear, and maybe for a fleeting moment you thought, oh, is there too much work to do? But Misty's done it pretty comfortably in the end, home by half a length or so. Abuse of Power was an intriguing run, and maybe a horse I wouldn't mind following, simply because they over-raced him behind the speed throughout and stuck on pretty gamely there in for third. But 5, 8, 6, good tipping, Bradley.
The plunge lands, so $3.60 this horse ended up jumping, so lands really good bet. So it was a pretty confident ride there from Tyler Schiller. You thought for a few strides it was going to get a touch awkward, but once he angled into the clear, he held the horse together and timed it beautifully to run down a very game of Ride the River, who was a big improver from that first up showing, gave a dash, and you thought for a moment or two may have pinched it, but Misty Legend mowed it down and won first up, just as it did last campaign. So hopefully everything's okay with this favourite.
Moron. Bloody idiot.
A long way, so too bad to be true. We'll check the steward report.
Yeah, we may well get an opportunity to have a chat to Matt Smith later on, and we can get the latest from him as well. But obviously that's to be done a little bit later on in the day. So, good result, wasn't it? The 5, Misty Legend, first up from a break and just continues to make its way through the benchmark system and gets another win here today. Well done, Sir Michael, you and the team.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. He's always been a work in progress, but you've got to half ride him that just quiet to let him get into the race. I did say to Tyler, just treat it like it's a working gallon. Just try and keep the bit in his mouth, because when you do give him that confidence, he can unleash the last bit. And look, he looked a little bit of trouble on the corner, but Tyler didn't panic and just nursed out. And when you've got a lap full of horse like he did have, it's actually a lot easier to push horses out the way. So he got out and still didn't go for him. And look, there's been plenty of upside, but he's just a fresh horse. So it was a very good win, and a lot of upside to him.
Okay, so with that freshness in mind, how do you sort of play things from here? Just continue to make your way through the benchmark system in these 1,000 and 1,100 metre affairs, or do you maybe keep him on the fresh side, tip him out and bring him back in?
Yeah, look, you just play around with him, you know what I mean? We just try and not do too much with him at home and keep him feeling like he's well above himself, and that's the result you can get. So whether he runs for another 3-4 weeks doesn't really matter, as long as it's the right race.
Right, well done and good luck on the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Let's get to Shani with Tyler Schiller. Beautiful steer.
Tyler, well done. He's a lovely big gelding. It's a nice win first up.
Yeah, he's always promised a lot. I'm very happy that he could pull it off today, because he travelled up really well. He didn't get a lot of room, and then when he did get into the clear, I thought he sprinted fairly sharply, especially the distance he gave the one he was chasing down. Over 1,000, it's not ideal to be giving him 3 or 4 lengths, but he picked it out very well.
How much to do with him?
I did early days when Richard and Will had him, but other than that, I haven't had much to do with him lately. But
That's Sandown.
Certainly has to come back. His preparation is obviously showing a lot last week, and now comes back again.
Had a couple of trials, tried really well, and put together.
Since it's been going, just focus on the other hand at the moment. Really well. On Derby Day, he led that goal. Without running at the Derby last year, finishing down the track there, got out second in the airline. Way 100%. Obviously, had effective over longer years and 14 beaters. Got a little bit of about to beat a trial in a whole academic.
after music. Susie Quattro travelling down the side towards the 400. Bend is in command, leading 3/4 Whooshka Boom. Music Fever running a race at odds, coming up 3 wide. You'd say Concrete Blonde can't win. It's not going at the moment. And then Susie Quattro's, and further back was Hudson's Treasure, down below the 200 metres. 1-2 with the Shillelagh, and Commend booted away. Music Fever battling out the miles with Whooshka Boom, but Commend on debut is too good. Straight down to the line, 1 by 3. Whooshka Boom second, Music Fever third, and then at longer intervals, Concrete Blonde, Susie Quattro, and Hudson's Treasure.
Well, he was well back for his first start, and that was exactly why. Ridden by Martin Harley, he bounced out of the gates quickly. There was a few there with him, but he had superior speed, the big fella, and has won very impressively. $2.60 and $1.50 from Whooshka Boom, $2.10. Music Fever, and then Concrete Blonde, never ever a winning chance. She's finished in fourth, but he really did string them out. And 5, 8, 7, and 9. Yeah, the market told us, Bernie, in that
Yes.
trial that he had an engine, this guy, and it's quite a sizable one by the looks of it.
Oh, he looked like a bus coming down the straight there. He's gorgeous. Corey joins us for a chat. Not only is he handsome, he's very talented.
Yeah, we've always had a little.
All right, this is what I have. So if we look at the advantage, that 10 definitely has the advantage, but it's got 13 races. It doesn't look like it has done much, but definitely that's an advantage. That's how the 5 went through, and that's an advantage which is there. 9 is 7 is probably the top performer. 7 is probably the top performer, but that's a very strong handicapping on that. If we look at the other horses, they are probably half of what they have, and the advantage is a lot more with 1, 4, 2, and 3. 3 definitely is in very good hands. 11 is in very good hands. 10 also probably in very good hands. 7, that's how it looks like. So the 7 definitely has advantage. Is with handicapping. The advantage is with 10, and 7 comes from gate number 9. If we look for a tailgate, that's 11. Which is in very good hands, but then again, it's very difficult to understand what will work here. The 10 is definitely with the advantage. The 10 is with a lot of advantage, but I don't know if this I mean, they are also tailing gates, 7 and 2. 10 and 2. They're also tailing gates. So, and these 2 are tailing gates. That also is here. So that's what it is. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Being that little bit patient is going to rip.
Out over further and maybe back to his own age. So he charged home in a second on debut at Mornington. Now that's a maiden that has produced 3 subsequent winners, and he was one of them. He went to Sandown, he bolted in, he jumped quick, he settled handy and ran right through the line. So we are talking about a horse that does come off a maiden victory at the midweeks in Melbourne, and where does that fit in here? It's another step forward, but he's clearly got some upside.
Absolutely. He's just he's a neat fella, very relaxed. Nothing's phasing him at all. He's probably one of the most relaxed horses I've seen here all afternoon, actually, to take me all within his stride for a horse that's only having start number 3. He's absolutely spot on here. So they've obviously got big things in store for him, but if you like him, then I'd give him a tip from the yard for sure.
At an each-way quote, Jared Austin's got Let's Go Bro out of Hieronymus from barrier 4.
So he was beaten off the Canterbury first up, but he didn't shirk his task. He settled handy as he so often does. He stripped spitter for that. He gets out to the 1400 metres, and look at the map here. He could get on speed favour. So he's a horse that probably has found his mark now, but he gets the right setup to overachieve a double figure on.
He's a big headstrong boy. He's giving his strapper a hell of a time out here. He's just doing what he wants to do. He's in tip-top order. If there's something wrong with his appearance at all, he's just gone onto the pony now.
Then we have Cosmic Lad, Joe Pride, Jason Collett, $9 into $7 with tap fixed odds.
Yeah, so a bit of support there. He is a horse that's had no luck in 2 runs for Joe. So last time out, he just pulled himself forward when the speed slackened at Randwick. That saw him well beaten. I don't think that spot outside the lead is really his go. He's a horse that never really found his rhythm. Prior to that, he was luckless behind Code in Time, having his first run for the stable. So he's building towards something, just needs the brakes to go his way this time.
Really good from him. He is a horse that can get himself very worked up and very hot bothered. First up, he did that. Second up, he wasn't as bad, but today's by far the calmest I've seen him. Yes, he's hot, but that is just him. So as he gets deeper into preparation, he does tend to relax, and that's what's starting to happen now. So I had to look twice just to see if it was him.
The 11 Champions League, Petty Vanderhoven, barrier 8, Andrew Berg from Borowa.
13th run of the campaign. He's yet to win, but he has run 8 minor placings, so just keep picking up checks for connections. This is harder again, and he is in time to be big ons.
That's great. Really can't fault him at all. He's got a very consistent racing record. Looks in perfect order. Doesn't look out of place here at all. Obviously, this is a lot harder than what he's competed at, but yeah, if he runs up to his looks, and he could run better than the price suggests.
Okay, Joe Pride has a Cosmic Lad. Not much went right last start, did it, Joe? Hopefully things go to plan today.
Yeah, that's it. He's had no luck at his last 2 starts, really. So, yeah, a bit of pilot error there last time round, but I think bringing him back to 14, just riding him a bit quiet, is going to ensure that he finishes the race right off.
I feel as though a horse kind of fell back in his lap, and from there he just kind of he'd had enough of that race last time. So let's hope that we see better today. The other part is Shannon said in the yard this is the best that she's seen him. How did you see it?
No, she's spot on. Yeah, he had good sweat in the yard normally. I think today's the best he's been.
Okay. Any concerns, queries?
No, not really. I think it's a good, strong race, but I think he's a very nice horse.
Good. All right. As for Brigandine Gal and the replicant, races 6 and 7.
Yep, Brigandine Gal's on her way, hopefully to keep Nolan, so she's going to have a couple of runs before then. She's a very promising young filly, and she'll run well. Yeah. The replicant just keep running placings. I don't know, can you back into on 2nd and 3rd? I guess you can score place betting in it. Yeah.
Maybe we'll do that. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Joe Pride. Shanny, let's get to you. Who's the pick of the yard?
I'm going to go with Climb the Ladder. First time I've seen him, but just one of the most relaxed horses that I've seen here all afternoon. Nothing seems to bother him. He seems like a progressive gelding, so I'm jumping on his bandwagon here this afternoon. House of Cards. I thought he looked better here today, second up, so make what you want of that. I know he does a great second up record. He's usually better fresh, but I certainly thought he paraded beautifully. And I have to give Cosmic Lad a wrap because that was by far the best he's paraded. All preparation, nice and relaxed again.
Late mail numbers 4, 3, 7 and 10 for House of Cards going to the well again. He was beaten last start, but I thought he had a few excuses, so hopefully he can right the wrongs there. He's now a favourite and a very firm favourite with all the support. As a $2.90 elect. 3, Don Pedro. We're making a case for House of Cards. Don Pedro has to be, in the conversation. Beat House of Cards there last start. He'll go straight to the front. Blinkers again. Maybe that offsets the fact that he does stay at the 1,400 metres. Climb the Ladder was always going to be an important market watch, and to this point, he is very easy. $2.60 out to $3.90. He's a hard horse to get a line on, but he does have a stack of upside, so we'll learn more about him today in better class. And 10, Cosmic Lad, a big firmer from this morning, $9 into $5.50, so he's had a couple of excuses himself at his past 2 starts and might get the right setup today. But 4, 3, 7 and 10, Anthony, this is a market that looks very different to the one that confronted us this morning.
Yeah, big time. So Climb the Ladder, who was favourite this morning or early afternoon when you guys did your preview, has been a significant drifter. Was around 260 at that point, now 390, and the new favourite is House of Cards. So the punter's following you in here on House of Cards. It's the biggest firmer, $3.40 to $2.90 on tap fixed odds. Climb the Ladder, $3.90. Don Pedro, he's had a bit of a trim up as well, Don. He's at $4.20. Cosmic Lad, 5, and Code in Time has been easy out to $13. Best back House of Cards, however,
and it's now 3:10 right at the death. Here's Darren.
Champions League. There's a Cosmic Lad. Probably should have won it 2 starts ago. It's been really well back. But House of Cards, who didn't have much luck when resuming, has been a well-supported favourite. Reason bonus support here for Michael Friedman. Climbed the ladder. It was a big winner at Sandown last time out. No market support at all. They're locked and loaded, ready to run. Race 5 here at Warwick Farm. Racing now. Champions League left out well, so to climb the ladder. Let's go. Bros right in the thick of the action as well, and House of Cards between runners. Further back to Blazero, then Code in Time. Don Pedro well back today from Cosmic Lad. And the import Travolta's last of all. Climb the ladder, takes the lead, takes it clearly here by a length on Let's Go Bro. Then came Blazero from Code in Time, and the post-time favourite House of Cards a clear fifth. In advance of Don Pedro, Cosmic Lad, Travolta. Champions League is now the last one, so climb the ladder. It's been a big drifter in the market at the 800 metres, lead by a length and a half to Let's Go Bro. Blazero a bit closer in the run third. On the outside of Champions League, 2 after House of Cards. Just keeping Don Pedro there on the fence. 2 further back to the well-supported Cosmic Lad from Travolta. And Champions League is the last one. Climb the ladder in front. Let's Go Bro serves it up, and Bayless takes off on House of Cards. Then came Blazero between them. Cosmic Lad gets cracking wide out, and Don Pedro's going through the centre. Into the straight now, and House of Cards are studying the run. House of Cards moved up on the outside of Let's Go Bro. Then came Don Pedro, Cosmic Lad down the outside, and Code in Time going right through the middle of runners. Wide out Don
freaking
Pedro.
idiot.
House of Cards, Code in Time. Don Pedro gets the upper hand, and Don does it again. Don Pedro back to back, big Code in Time, House of Cards. Followed in by Climb the Ladder. Further back to Cosmic Lad. Then Travolta running on.
Three.
Let's Go Bro. Going to Champions League, and Blazero dropped out to finish last.
Don is good once again. Blinkers go on, and 1400 no drama stayed at that trip. And while he may be crying out for further, that they were happy to pick up another
Probably.
with him while they could. 5
3-1.
career start, throwing 5 minors.
3-1-4.
Goes north of 200,000. This has been a pretty handy galloper for the Bjornbaker stable. They continue on their
3-1-4.
That's for the minors. So that was a really good run by Code in Time. The
7.
back-to-back wins leading into today, but certainly Frank's that here in count. The 4 run third, and ultimately 4 will be climbing the ladder, piercing through towards the inside there. But not many that you could say deserved more of an opportunity. Don Pedro beat them on merit.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair call. So I guess it comes down to ignoring the obvious at your peril. We're all making a case, including myself.
Hello.
The House of Cards had turned the tables, yet on the back of a patient ride. A lot of speed maps had him going forward and probably leading here. They had to go to plan B. And once Josh Barr found the back of House of Cards, he was probably pretty happy with how it did unfold there, because House of Cards was presented quite early. He was boxing on well there to just
Anyway,
third
that happened.
What's he got?
Go to the
got
next.
third, with Code in Time in second. But Don Pedro, the blinkers, did the trick, and he ended up winning by a length. So it looked like it was going to be quite tight on the line, but he was ripping it through the finish. So next time over a mile, you'd think he'd be improved again.
Absolutely. Well, now they have that opportunity, don't they? So we talked about it before. 1400, it felt as though it might have been a touch too sharp off the back of the last 1400 metre run, but the blinkers did the trick today.
Yeah, I think the blinkers probably sharpened him up a bit, but they also probably made him half miss the kick. So, but he's very adaptable. He's shown that today, that he can sort of get back and work home. Josh knows him very well, so I don't think Josh would have been panicking at any stage, but no, he went terrific. So it's good back to back, but I'm pretty sure he'll go out distances next run.
Yeah, we've seen there's plenty of options for him. We saw him out on a country cup park last preparation. Any idea what the plan?
Beautiful job, Lewis.
I don't know what Bill's plan, but we just sort of see how he came up, and it was a good win last week, another one today. So, yeah, I'm sure that there's plenty of races around for him. Very adaptable. He's a good horse to do anything with. He's just a terrific old horse.
Forbes Cup, I think it was, that he lobbed up in last prep.
That's right, he did. Yeah, with all in the mind, they both went out there, but no, No biscuits.
No good. All right. You had a good run here. Well done.
Great, thanks, man.
Thanks very much to Lobby, and well done to the stable. They get yet another win, and Josh Parr gets yet another victory for them. Shani, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Josh was on him the other day when he won here. He's just a tough gelding, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. He's in really good form.
Was he shade tardy away with the blinkers on?
He was, yeah. Blinkers back on today. Barrier 1, he was in there a long time.
But you did beautiful, Lewis.
Yeah, well done to Josh Parr. It may well have been Plan B with Dom Pedro, but Plan B proved the winning assignment. Dom Pedro, $4.60 top flat, $4.50 on the local tote. Beat Coding Time, who was really good. House of Cards in for third, looked to have its chance and climb the ladder. The same could be said. They ended up switching back towards the inside, but not making too much headway on the eventual winner. 3, 1, 4, and 7 halfway through the quaddy.
Okay, so the Don Pedro, the Josh Parr, 450, 160 defeats Coding Time, House of Cards, and climb the ladder. 3, 1, 4, and 7. And Björn Baker, who's having an unbelievable run of success recently, but he had a little bit of a, what would you call it, a dry spell. He had a run of 13 races without a winner. He won 2 or 3 on Friday night at Canterbury, but over the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, hasn't had a winner. So, back at the boards. Don Pedro defeats Coding Time. We'll leave it there. That's the 5th from Warwick Farm.
7 on the 8, Divine OK and Heroic Miss at 6 and 6.50 respectively. 3 Kingstons here and 5 Jack Be Lucky. Both of those getting up to $9. Heroic Miss trained by Chris and Corey Months. They won the previous race with Commend. First started by Iron Morley. Looked good. Won by margin, won by 3. The time was good for maiden standards, 1:3.78. Now we're set to go. This is the 4th of the day, the Gordon's Gin Handicap. The Open Tippers Liquor, isn't it? 290 for the Gordon's Gin. They're set to jump. Red light on. Liquor first up today. Racing. Jumping in a good line, but Liquor out wide, showing her natural brilliance. And she'll cross and lead easily from Jack Be Lucky. Third away, 2 you got, then Divine OK being eased back. Hardware Lane pushing on the road. Will probably end up right behind Liquor. Then Kingston's here. And the Heroic Miss conservatively settles down in last position. 700 left to run. Liquor does it comfortably. Jack Be Lucky straight up to be second, 3/4 in arrears. And Hardware Lane with that big baldy face is sitting pretty right behind Liquor. Then 2 you got, Divine OK couldn't get in. Caught 3 wide, Kingston's here. And Heroic Miss last of the 7, about 4 off the lead. Up to the turn.
Miss with a big pull in the weights. Was storming home down the outside.
Right, this is what I have. The advantage is definitely with 4. The advantage is definitely with 4. The second in line is 5 in beautiful hands. That's there. 3, these two, they can work very well. 3 and 8. I think 8 is already there within the odds. Yes. So 8 is already there within the odds. Now talking about the 9. 9 has a superb handicap for a 1400 meter. Plus it doesn't have the rail support. It's in very good hands. That's there. It's in very good hands. It probably has the best jockey. It probably has everything, but that's what it is. The other check is this too, which is also in good hands, running neutral. It's not in a winning position, but might get a place.
Yeah, just got her quite set off. She's just like a ticking time bomb in the race. She's ready to go, but she's typical, really short balls up to 1100. That's her distance, and 1000, 1100. She's a real sharp sprinting mare, and she's done a great job for her connections, really.
An awesome job. I mean, that's 8, her 8 to win here today. She did have a bleeding attack last preparation. Had to do anything different with her?
The only thing I've done, you would have seen that, to the crossover nose band off. I just think she was getting really frustrated with it being on, and she wanted to jack up with the trials to this time back in, and she's always been a battle trying to shut her mouth up with it. So I just try to keep her a bit happier, and I've been really happy with the way she's been breathing and working at home. And the only thing I was nervous coming in today was if I'd done the right decision, she'd run 7 with it on. But then look, it all was well with ends well, but it worked out well.
Didn't need it at all. Well done.
Thank you.
Short neck and a long neck. So it was a big finish there. 63.82 to Liquor. 35.09 was the last 600 metres.
2.5 lengths pretty much covering the field, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't a lot. Gee, the runner-up was good there. You remember she used to be a mad leader, Heroic Miss.
Yeah.
From the barrier, they just took her back to last, and she gave, Liquor wasn't pressured in front, so she was going to be almost impossible to run down. Heroic Miss, who I don't think came up last prep, has come up this time, so she's one to follow out of that.
Alrighty, 2 beats 8, 6 and 7. That's it for the 4th. So we come back to you, Anthony.
Oh, she's a ripping mare, isn't she, Liquor? And she wins again. 8 wins from 15 or 16 starts. Terrific mare by Spirit of Boom. Heroic Miss got close to you got, and Divine OK, 2, 8, 6 and 7. Let's leave it there. We will head to Warwick Farm for race number 6. We're 11 minutes away to the mounting yard. Chintilla, very well backed here at $2 even now on tap fixed odds, so continues to get shorter. That's about as short as she has been throughout betting. Wings of Desire 480, Good Sort $5. Let's get out to the track.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of the third leg of the quaddie, race number 6 to be alive. You need Misty Legend in the first leg, Don Pedro in the second, both of which would have been popular for many, I would suspect. So what to do in this leg? A few would be one out. Scintilla nice and short into even money is the benchmark 72 for the girls, over 1400 after the boys had their turn last time. We'll start off the yard with Pioneer Lass, Maddie Smith and Adam Hieronymus, and Maddie, I'm sure, hoping for better fortunes here.
Yeah, she had no luck at all last start. She looked to have something to offer as well. So that was in Saturday company, and if there's a blowout, I think it is this 6-year-old. So she sort of last on that occasion, trucked into the straight and never ever got clear. So back to midweek grade and forget her failure before spelling last campaign because she pulled up with cardiac arrhythmia.
She always looks great, always beautiful. She's always got one of those really healthy glows about her. She strides out as she marches around the yard. So she's in a pristine order and another beautiful parade. I wouldn't expect anything less from her.
The two, Angel Down, Josh Parr for Waterhouse and Bob, barrier 5.
Yeah, she'll improve today, so change of tactics to be ridden further forward. As expected, she was just run off her feet at Warwick Farm first up over the 1100 metre trip. She was a savage late drifter, friendless in betting, had good Melbourne form as a 3-year-old before 2 bad runs last campaign. So she'll improve today, but I do want to see her again.
She has improved, definitely. She's trimmed up somewhat off her first up run. She's probably not at the peak yet. She's a gross type of mare, so the more racing, the better for her. Happy to see her have one more again today.
3, Flying Thinker, Karen McAvoy for Peter Snow.
Gave Scintilla 6 kilos at Canterbury last start, led and was run down to be beaten 3 lengths, so it does get a 3 kilo weight swing. Hard to see her turning the tables of that, but she did win well at Newcastle prior and has to be a place hope again.
She's typical, so you think. She looks great. I haven't seen her before, but she's got good size and strength about her. She'll probably put herself up there on a speed. There's certainly nothing wrong with her. She just bumps into a few very handy ones in this race.
4, Good Sword, he must pre-race only for the first time. Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller.
A filly with depth to her form, so you'd expect to see her in black type company over the autumn. It should have just about won the Reginald Allen over the 1400 metres last campaign and then raced a touch flat there in the Vanity at Flemington as a $5 chance. So 2 trials, the way that she trucked to the line in the latest suggests she's going to be...
The 9 is a good one, but it has problem. The 8.
Not a lot, but a little bit. She was always a very lightly framed type of filly, not much of her, and she was always going to get better with age. So she comes back looking better. I don't think fitness is a worry. She'll come to hand quite quickly. Nothing wrong with her. They've got her set of earmuffs on her. They are keeping her nice and settled, so they're doing the trick.
Scintilla into $1.90 now. Break Knock claiming 3 for Lesbridge.
It's been relentless for this filly, hasn't it? So $1.90 odds on favourite. So chasing 3 straight, she's still improving. All of her forms at Canterbury this time back, but she's always teased good talent, and now she's putting it all together. So she has settled outside the lead. Over past 2, she's won with authority. That last start win was even better than the one prior. So I think she's still on that upward spiral. Big margin there last start. The time was slick. She has that strong SP. So still all in front of them. I'm keen to see her out to the 1400 metres now.
I have always been a massive fan. I tipped her in her first 3 runs when she got beat, and then her last 2 I wasn't there, and she's come out and won. Her previous 2 breaks done a very good job on her. He knows her really well. They've kept him on here today. They're thinking of bigger and better things later on in the campaign for her. I just love the way she come back this preparation. She was only a small filly, but she really grew when she had a break before coming back, and she's in pristine order. So I saw her first up. I haven't seen her in the last 2, but immaculate.
The equal cast off, number 8, Wings of Desire, Winks' little sister, Regan Bayliss, Michael Friedman.
Raced through to Group Company in her first campaign, having won her first 2 starts. So I think that's something you have to take stock of, although it seems like she's been around a little while. What she did last campaign was all in her first preparation. She's trod up nicely ahead of her return. She was hunting down the line there in her latest hit out at Rose Hill. Looks ready to go. We know she's got a big pedigree, and she's talented too.
She looks beautiful. She's a big mare. Filly, I should say. She was on the edge. She was on the pony, and she's left the yard early. But she seems nice and settled, but she can get a little bit worked up, so that was typical of her. I will say, I thought she looked impeccable in the yard. I've said that about a few of these fillies, but they are very talented and they're all looking great, but she really looked good. She looked forward.
Okay, and it sounds as though there are bigger things ahead for the 9 Brigandine Gal. We chatted to Joe Pride earlier, and he has high hopes for this girl, Naturella Barrier 7.
Yeah, a race like the Kepler Grange Classic potentially on her agenda. So she's a filly that's only had the 3 start. She went to the Paddock a winner, won at that 3rd start, and she did it quite nicely on that occasion. Things didn't quite go to plan. She was slowly away and had to chase down the leaders at Rose Hill, so tipped out thereafter. She's got the makings of a filly that can go through the grades, ignore the finishing position in her 1 trial. She wasn't asked to do a lot, just tacking on through the line. So it does look well paired with Nash, given her racing style.
I remember last preparation, Joe made a strong comment, said watch her next time around. She actually won when I was on holidays, but she's gone out, she's come back a minute over a lot better. When she debuted here, she was quite a hot filly and got herself a little bit worked up, but she was a lot more mature in the yard today, nice and settled and relaxed. I think if she doesn't win today, she'll definitely be one to follow going forward. Yeah.
All right, that's a look at them in the yard ahead of race number 6. A benchmark 72 for the girls over the 1400, and Wings of Desire always brings a couple of headlines, and I'm looking forward to seeing this galloper go around. How is she, Sophie, and do you have high hopes?
She's very, very well. It's nice to see her. She paraded reasonably well in the yard today. Like she's a big girl. And she knows her size, but we're pretty happy with her today.
Okay. I did note in the steward's report, and I asked you off camera, the equicast is off. So just talk us through that, maybe any issues she's had in the past that she doesn't have now.
Yeah, it was just a small issue, well, not issue, so to speak. It's, we have hoof filler or equicast on certain horses if they've got cracks in their hooves, or if they've split a nail or lost a shoe and pulled away the hoof wall or something. So it's something that the farriers will do just to tidy up the hooves and obviously make sure that they're nice and secure on race day and when they're working along. But she's absolutely fine. She doesn't have that on anymore, and she's got four shoes on and she's all good.
Happy, healthy and ready to go. That's what we wanted to hear. I wanted to ask you about a couple. Extractor in the Blue Diamond, Drawn 8, a Spirit of Bourbon Colt, all going well ahead of Saturday?
Yeah, very well. He put in some nice work yesterday morning, and he's on route down there now as we speak. So we've been very happy with him. Nice draw. It's nice field for him. Hopefully we should be able to pull something out the bag.
Okay, let's hope so. And the other one, this is no interest like self-interest, for Black Bookers on Thursday nights. I know you're a big fan of the show, 7 p.m. on STC. So there was a Randwick trial of Zoostar Colt called Valedictorian, who we saw debut in the Breeders' Plate with 3.5 off King Kirk. He trialled well. Am I on the right track? Does he have ability?
He tried very well, yeah. His first trial wasn't fantastic, but last time around, like, it was really nice to see him come down the outside and finish off strongly. So he's put through the trial really well. The team have got a reasonably high opinion of him. Like he's been working a long way. He's got a couple of options going forward as well.
Fingers crossed. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Let's get to Shani for a pick of the yard. Who is it, Shani?
Number 8, Wings of Desire. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her. Yes, she knows her size. She really does. But I thought she bred beautifully. She looked really well in the yard. I couldn't go past her. Brigandine Girl, I really want to follow out of the race. And, of course, Scintilla, a horse I've always really loved from the yard. Nothing to do with her. Absolutely. I feel unloyal jumping off her back. But she's definitely right in this. And she's got the fitness edge on her side.
Late mail numbers 5, 4, 1 and 9. The punters love her today, Scintilla, and I am in agreement. So $1.90 you're being asked to take, $1.85 now, as I say that. So nice and skinny for your favourite. I think you can probably make the case that there shouldn't be as much between these on raw talent, but in the context of where they're at in their respective campaigns, Scintilla has a race fitness advantage being into her preparation, and she likely to get map favours in terms of settling in front a lot of her 3-year-old dangers here as far as the market goes. So on that basis, she is the one to beat, but $1.85, that's getting very short now. Dangers, 4 good sort. She does have a little profile of improving with a run under her belt. The market's a touch soft on her chances, $4.80 out to $5.50 now, $6. That's a touch concerning, but she'll be targeted towards some nice races over the carnival herself. 1 Pioneer Lass, if there's a blowout, I think it's this mare. $31 looks overs, no luck whatsoever there last start. And 9 Brigandine Gal goes in as the 4th pick. So 5, 4, 1 and 9 late mail numbers, $1.85 for this favourite, Anthony.
Short as she's been throughout betting 185, and she holds, what does she hold now? Give me a second, I'll work this out. It's about 65% of all money on Scintilla. So very well supported. Wings of Desire 5. Good Sort 550, Brigadier Gal at 7, and Flying Think at $10. 185 back to 190 right at the death, but yeah, very heavily supported this favourite. Final thoughts from you, Ben, Brad?
Bradley, I'll leave it with you. Yeah, so she's an interesting filly, this. In terms of Scintilla, I was just looking at any nomination she holds, and she does hold one for the Surround at the moment. Whether a race like that would come around too soon, that's only a week and a half away, but there might be a temptation, if she wins a race like this, to have a throw at the stumps against the likes of Lady Shenandoah and potentially pinch some black type. Anyway, we'll leave that up to Les and the team. I've got to get through this first, but she's a $51 chance at the moment. Tab fixed odds. Looking at a speed map here, well, Scintilla, in her first campaign, she wasn't the best into stride. She wasn't the best into stride first up this time in, but her previous two, she's bounced. She's put herself right there in the race from outside the lead and taken bad luck out of the equation. But you've got a change of tactics with Angel down going forward, so there will be some speed there. And Brigadier Gal does have toe if they want to use it, but whether they want to push the button here first up, we'll see how that does play out in the first couple hundred metres, Ben.
Yeah, so we've got about 20 seconds until go time here. I thought there was $101 available. It disappeared, did it, Bradley? Somebody tagged that, or?
Wasn't me.
Oh, well, right. Shaggy. Shaggy was good on Saturday. All right, let's get to Darren Flindell for the call of race number 6 at $1.90 about Scintilla.
Thanks, Brad. She's been looking good at Canterbury, Scintilla. And in line for 3 in a row here, $1.90. Wins a Desire Trial well leading up to this. Been very solid in the market. Good Sort has as well. So field of 7 for the Asahi Super Dry over 1,400 metres. And Scintilla just getting a last second towel down the neck, preparing to move in. And Brigadier Gal has been given a good warm up there behind the barriers by Nashville Villa. Really building up the reps. And Brigadier Gal now will be the last to move in. Has been a bit soft in the betting. Another that is resuming here today. So they're locked and loaded now. And the light is on. Scintilla, the odds-on favourite in the off and racing, and she jumped sharply, Scintilla. She jumped really well. And is going to lead initially from Angel down. Brigadier Gal, Flying Think, a Good Sort, Wings of Desire. And now Good Sort of drop back to last. So Scintilla in front from Angel down, striding up on the outside. Scintilla ahead in front to Angel down, Flying Think. A Pioneer Lasset is up running fourth. A length and a half to Brigadier Gal on the outside of Wings of Desire. And 2 lengths over Racing a Touch is Good Sort. So the odds-on favourite Scintilla under a double grip. A half in front to Angel down, then Flying Thinker. 1 out, 1 back, Pioneer Last. Then Wings of Desire, 3 back, the paint on the inside of Brigadier Gal. And still Good Sort is the last one. So Scintilla in control, approaching the turn. By 3/4 now to Angel down. Flying Thinker tucked away on the fence. Half the outside to Pioneer Last. Wings of Desire kept in a pocket there by Brigadier Gal, the other. And now Good Sort, just being nudged along a little bit, is last of all. So it's Scintilla, 400 metres to go from Angel down. Flying Thinker shoved off the fence, putting Pioneer Lass out wide, then Brigadier Gal. Wings of Desire, 3 off them on the fence. Scintilla's asked to go on with the job. Shown the stick at the 250. Scintilla 2 lengths clear from Flying Thinker, Brigadier Gal. And then came Good Sort, but Scintilla's clear, and she claims the hat-trick today. She's really on the upward spiral. Scintilla beat Flying Thinker. Third, Brigadier Gal wide out with Good Sort. Wings of Desire plodded up the straight. Angel down and so did Pioneer Lass.
Oh, she's absolutely airborne.
5 and 3.
No doubt. Scintilla makes it 3 from 5 with 2 minors thrown in there. Makes it 3 wins in succession. 12.50, 12.50, 14.
Novato,
No drama. Runs it out strongly.
please don't send in so many smileys. The bot will block you.
This girl, I suspect, a 3-year-old daughter.
We know you have won. Good job.
Another handy one who just keeps on winning. Flying Thinker kind of loomed as though
Don't send in so many
might be a danger to the eventual winner, but I don't know whether they popped or whether
smileys. The bot is going to block you, my friend.
I think Brigadier Gal will get snapped third. It is tight. Close up with Good Sort. Hit the line okay, and probably what you would expect from last there first up, Brad.
Yeah, I think Braith was just kidding to his rivals there. He rode a very confident race aboard this filly, just held it together there at the top of the straight. You could see him having a little look around to seeing what was making any ground, if anything, and once he gave her a little shake, a little tap,
You do
Side,
good.
away she
I
went,
don't
and was never in danger from there on.
doubt your
So
judgment, but
she's a filly going places.
that's
She's got
too
races
much of
style.
smileys.
She's got some tickets.
That'll be
She's got turnover
considered as a
odds. I'm not sure where she
spam, and
fits
you'll
in
get
long
blocked.
term, albeit she has been up for a little while this campaign. Good run from Flying Thinker, just confirming that Canterbury form reference from last time in. Wings of Desire was fair on the fence. Good sort will improve from that. But I do think Brigadier Gal might be the one to follow for next time.
Okay, Ash is here representing the stable. I'm sure particularly pleased with this girl. She's just airborne at the moment.
She's going great. She just keeps stepping up to the mark each time she races.
That positional speed goes such a long way. She was able to cross them and cross them pretty easily there today.
Yeah, she flies the barriers, and that probably takes most of the luck out of the equation. And then she relaxes pretty good, and it's great.
So 12.50 today, 1400. If anything, seem to be getting stronger late. So that's a nice sign going forward. Brad spoke pre-race about $51 available for the surround. Now you need to chat, obviously, to the boss and Liz. But is a surround within her reach, do you think, to get to a race like that?
Well, I've always said to the boss, she's only a 3-year-old filly once, but we don't want to push her too early. There's a race in Melbourne as well, so I'm thinking we'll definitely nominate for both and have a look.
Okay. All right, good to hear. I don't think that 51 will last too long. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Ash. And yeah, they're just making their way back now.
No, it's just playing like yesterday. They don't have the stock. 5 was with the management. It's one of the best managements here. So the 5 took it off. And what's happening with it's bad to take a chance in this track. The 3 was there, good one, but that 5 just went in with the management. So we basically had a trifecta in that race. I just did not play the try. We basically had a trifecta. I think this one was a trifecta. The other one was also a trifecta. So we'll try to get the win bets straight.
Keep it up.
Okay. Yeah, winning 3 in a row on this girl certainly helps that strike rate. I'm sure he'll be keen to stick for as long as he can. Braid Knock didn't put a foot wrong there today. She was fast out of the gate. She was strong through the middle, and she was way too strong late. So 1400. Well, she's done that easily, and once you bring a mile into the game, there are some brilliant races around for her. So Scintilla gets career victory number 3 at start number 6. Prize money goes north of $130,000, and we have 1 leg to go here at Warwick Farm.
Yeah, what a ripper. She's doing a great job.
That's Sandown, John. হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বলুন। এখন তো আর হচ্ছে না, এখন এখন আর হচ্ছে না, এখন ঠিক আছে। ঠিক ঠিক।
know where to place him in this race?
No, I wanted to have a look at him today,
Yeah.
where he fits into the picture. He's actually been a decent horse for his own. As he started with Matt Laurie and then went to Gavin Bedgegood. They both won a few races with him, and then after that last win, must have gone online. He was a $700,000 yearling English Premier. Then he was sold June 23 for 25k.
What?
And then January, just after that, went for 35k.
Oh, he went up in value.
Right. All of that information from BreedNet.
Yeah,
That it was delivered.
it is. And he's won 360,000. Nothing even gets near him
No, he's
in
been.
this race.
One thing I wanted to mention, that 3-year-old Commend for Chris Muntz.
Yes.
Would you believe it's run slightly faster time than Liquor?
Yeah, wow. I mean, I think his sections would have been, I think they went faster in that race early on. Liquor sort of was able to stack a little
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's right.
bit.
She
Yeah, but
really-
he went flat out the
all the way.
entirety.
Exactly. You've got it absolutely spot on now. What does that mean? How good potentially could he be? He's got the physique, taking the time with him. But to run faster than the open handicap at your first start,
Not bad.
she's now won 8 races, Liquor. So marking down for the future, Commend.
All right. How many have we got left to load here? My man in the sky will tell me. Is it 1 or 2? Quickly to you, Anthony.
Okay, Fortuneer 225, Action King, best back late into $2.80. So late money for the 4. Here's David.
This is race 5 of 7. Hermanita joins them. Barrier 6 of 6. The red light about to be switched on. Fortuneer and Action King, both well back to win this race. There's the light. Racing. Hermanita jumped fast today, trying to show speed but Party Spirit. Spears from the inside to join it early. Action King drawing between the pair. Charlemagne not too far away, so the plan to come out on Hermanita didn't quite work. Then came Electric Arrow, and Fortuneer is last on the outside in a very tightly bunched field. Down the side, 700 left to run. Party Spirit and Action King paired off in front. Hermanita caught 3 wide and won't get in. Electric Arrow over on the rail. Charlemagne between runners, and Fortuneer, the favourite, still last. 3 to 4 off them. Coming up to the turn now, just over 400 left to run, and Party Spirit first up is going to try for an all-the-way win, but the well-backed Action King is breathing down her neck as they turn for home. Hermanita's had a hard run. Fortuneer hooks around him, starts to launch down the outside, and then Charlemagne Electric Arrow, but Action King on the outside went up to Party Spirit. Fortuneer can't get anywhere near them. Action King the outside, Party Spirit fighting back. Party Spirit, Action King, post photo. Party Spirit or Action King in a ripper. Fortuneer had her chance in third, then Hermanita, Charlemagne, and Electric Arrow last over the line.
Well, she's gutsy, isn't she, Party Spirit? She just refused to lie down. Action King, did he put his nose in front there?
I think he might have. She is one tough little bull ant, isn't she?
She is. Beautiful use of Emily Lang's claim, the good draw. She won a trial very well, stringing them right out recently at Durban. Yeah, he's gone about a neck in front, Action King, but she is tough to get past. We saw that. We've seen that in a number of her wins.
And I think this pattern developing here as this track is firmed up this afternoon. It's an advantage to be up in the front of the van, as you would say, Max.
Yeah, and with the rail at 9.5 metres. We saw Fortuneer should have got a bit of a squeeze up out of the gate. She was last. She got to the outside, but she's lost ground on them over the final part there. And Hermanita probably jumped with the nose in front, but she couldn't go at all, and she was obliged to race deep all of the way. The Party Spirit, she had the good gate over the short course here, and she's been able to show plenty of ticker and score another win.
Yeah, she's beautifully named by Winning Rupert out of Gentle Spirit. Jared Cootsey joins us for a chat, and gosh, you'd love a stable full of horses that try as hard as she does.
You're right, Bernie. She's always been a trial. Just last preparation, things never really went her way, track conditions, etc. But she's always had it, and we just thought we'll give her a nice long spell, be patient with her. And I just think we found the right race for her to kick off. And like you were mentioning earlier, Rail out here at Ipswich, we've drawn well. She has got good gate speed, and Emily's rated her really well. She didn't have to ask her too much, and they didn't really put pressure on her. So I did think we were beaten at the 200 metres out, but she was tough to the line.
And considering, she was first up here today, although not off a long layoff. I think we last saw her in about October, but still, she was a fresh horse, whereas the other guy sort of had plenty of match practice, but that determination.
Yeah, that's right. She's always had that, as I said, but she's also only off the back of one trial, which was a very impressive trial, I might add too. So we came here with a lot of confidence, and again, thank you to First Light. And
this is what's going on. 5 is in the best hands down, with the best advantage. 2 is the second in line, has relaxation. This one is handicapped, this one has relaxation. 8 is a 6-year-old gelding with very strong handicapping, but it doesn't look like that's something that will materialize. The 9 is relaxed. The 9 is relaxed within the line. Now there's a lot other. They're talking about the 7, which is there. They're talking about the 3, which is there. But honestly, I don't know if that'll work. On the contrary, the 1 which is a check is this 12. Now, if we look for a tailing gate, that's 6, which is a neutral. So that's what it looks like.
Answer a question today in terms of whether he is back. So he closed off well over the 1400 metres. That was in the Magic Millions 3-year-old guineas first up. Now, the stable did also nominate for the Hobart Bill on Saturday, so they clearly think he's going well. That's encouraging, given he was a bit flat last campaign. In 3 runs, he didn't really show up. So he's a horse that burst onto the scene as a 2-year-old. Just a bit nervous in terms of him having jumped $61 first up, and now we have to butter up at $3.50. That said, he does find a winnable race.
Well, I thought his run was great to suggest that he may be back on the track. I'm pretty sure he was in the other day, whether it was Saturday or not, but he was scratched recently. I think he looks well. That run would have topped him off nicely for this second up assignment back here on his home track. He's here to run well.
Raffle or Rockful, whichever way you want to go about it. Chris Waller, Karen McAvoy.
He did more than enough first up for Chris Waller. That was his first run for the stable 2 weeks ago. It was over 1400 metres behind Don Pedro, who did frank that form line previously. So there was improvement to come. He was 37 weeks between runs. The miles suits second up. He looks to have found a nice assignment, and he's a horse with a good second up record.
Absolutely. He's come on in leaps and bounds from his first up run. He needed that, and the runs had told you the same story. So he's fitter here second up. I think the trip suits. He's a lovely big gelding. Certainly looks the part here today.
Then we get to Heed the Open. It's the stablemate looking for back-to-back successes. Chris Waller and Natural Willa teaming up.
Pretty tight at the top of betting, and there is support for Heed the Omen. So he drove through to score a narrow win at Canterbury three weeks ago. He was well backed on that occasion. An overdue second career win. A similar race here. You'd think he'd hold that form. He comes here with a bit of confidence. He maps to get the same run, and Nash rides.
I think that confidence might give that win, I should say, will give him a lot of confidence now, because he was never too far away, but he just wasn't winning at the same time. So he finally got the head down at exactly the right time. He might be able to go on with it now. And saying that, he's had a lot of runs. He's certainly deep into his campaign, but he's still looking well.
Legend of Kings is first up. Another of the Chris Waller army in this. Reece Jones from a wide gate.
Blinker's first time, so he's a lightly raced stayer. Just the 4 starts to his name. He was a winner in the UK over 2,400 metres before coming out to Australia. Looking at his 2 trials, he looked quite dour in those, so hard to have hit off those hit outs.
He'll just be warming up late, you'd expect, so wait till we see him out over further.
Hammer, another one for Chris Waller. First up, Tim Clark.
Blinker's first time, so he's half brother to Lindemann, who of course ran a cheeky race in the Apollo Stakes there on Saturday. He ended last campaign in listed company. That was out to the 1800 metres. He was beaten 2 lengths. He won his maiden here at Warwick Farm in good style over the mile. So 2 trials, the latest of those was much better. Don't mind the intent here. Shades on, Blinker's first time. So they've thrown obviously a bit of work into him. Wanted to see a market push. We haven't got that yet. He's just a touch easy, which is a worry.
There's definitely intent to have him ready for this because last campaign he stepped out. He debuted over a lot shorter, and then the third up he was able to win over the mile. Today they're stepping him out straight over a mile, which suggests he's going to continue to get out over further. Not as good looking as his brother, but he looks okay.
The replicant Joe Pride, Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, we heard from Joe a little bit earlier on the coverage, and he summed it up nicely. He's a horse that runs placings, he just doesn't win. So 72 weeks since his last victory, and he has run 11 placings since then. That sums him up. He's very genuine, but he's found his level, and you can throw him into your first fours and trifectas.
Absolutely, I fall into his trap every time, to be honest. He's just one of those horses that every time he steps out, he looks so good. He's got dapples upon dapples. He's got one of the best codes you'll see. It's just a lovely big lanky boy, and look, what do I say? He looks a picture of health again. He'll probably run second or third.
That's not good. Attitude, Zen Master, Craig Carmody, Chad Lever.
A bit defeatist, is it there, man? So Zen Master kept boxing on away to finish midfield there at Randwick last time. That was in Midway company. Prior to that, led at Kembla Grange and did fight out the finish. So if he can punch up to lead these, he might give some cheap, but I do prefer a few others.
He's feeling very well within himself. He's got himself a little bit worked up. He can do that, actually, so it's probably no surprise to see him doing that here today. He's got fitness on his side, and sometimes I don't mind horses back in trip with a lot of fitness.
Okay, fifth force, Matty Smith and Zach Lloyd teaming up. Third up from a break.
He was planted wide the trip, went third at Randwick last start. The winner, Point and Shoot, annihilated his rivals, but I thought he stuck on okay. So I think he's building towards something. He showed good improvement from first up to second up. He's a horse with a great record over the mile, albeit his 2 mile wins were in easier company.
I did say after his run at Randwick there second up that he's ready to peak third up. So here he is. He's on song for that. It's certainly a winnable race for him. I think he looks okay. He's not a gelding that jumps out at you by any means, but he's at his peak now.
Then the Amanda Turner pair, starting off with Affamato, Winona Costa.
He's an interesting horse in that he's an import that had his first 2 runs in Italy. He showed improvement from his first Australian run into his second, albeit back in grade. So gets some weight relief here, gets out to the mile, and his maiden win overseas was over the 1,500 metres.
Here first up, I wasn't in the yard, so I didn't get a proper look at him, but he certainly looks like he's come on well from him. He's just gone into the pony just a bit hot.
And more mischief guys, been up for a little while, Molly Burke.
He doesn't have the upside of his imported stablemate, but he too gets some weight relief here in this company. He'll slide forward, he'll make his own luck, and he is a Warwick Farm winner in the past, albeit he'd need...
Welcome to the channel, Hasiwo.
All right, so that's a look at them ahead of the last. Chris Waller's stable represented by Charlie Duckworth. They have a cast of thousands in this. Let's go alphabetical order just to change things up. Charlie, Blinker's first time, Hammocks. What are you expecting?
Yeah, I think the blinkers will help him. He's a nice horse. I think he's a lot better than midweek grade. He just hasn't quite put it all together yet. I think Timmy Clark will suit him. They can often step a little bit slower in the blinkers first time, but Timmy's pretty good out the gates.
He certainly is. He the omens deep into a prep now.
Yeah, obviously last start winner, so hard to knock. Soft draw, should get a similar run to last time, but should have him right in the finish.
Legend of Kings, slightly raced, and in the form guide, Blinker's first time and gelded. Sometimes that's a bit glitchy coming from overseas. Is that the case?
No, he did actually have the blinkers on in Europe, and look, he's going to be a horse that it's going to be a lot better after today. He'll hopefully he can begin and travel over this short distance. And then sort of measure up second and third up when he gets deeper into the prep. As you know, these European horses do take a bit of time to sort of adjust and do it all right. But he's a nice prospect, but just might need a bit of time.
In bad news, he is still gelded. And then Wrathful. Now, we spoke before that run last time, and you said, maybe next start. Well, this is the next start. It's today the day.
Yeah, well, hopefully it is for his sake. Look, his second up record's fantastic. He too's got a soft draw.
Should get a nice cart into it. It should be on the back of the right horses going forward. So look, obviously for that connection too, it'd be awesome if he could go and break through for another win.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Charlie. And they had Willie up at scratch today, Shannon. We'll see that horse at Hawkesbury tomorrow, by the sounds.
Absolutely, we will. I am tipping Rathwell, actually. He was here first up off a very long break. He was in need of the run. I thought it was a nice first up effort to suggest that second up he'll be able to improve from that. So I'm happy to put Rathwell on top. The replicant, a picture of health like usual. He'll definitely, well, he won't be far away, put it that way. And I thought a couple of others that looked good. One in particular was, I've lost my page now, Fifth Horse. I did say he was ready to pick that up.
Late night numbers 3, 2, 5 and 7. I'm also with Rathful here. He's now on the third line of betting, so a bit of support for the stablemate Heed the Omens, but Rathful does get a likeable setup here. He's a bit one-dimensional. He will be in the second half of the field and will need the breaks at the right time. But he is a horse with a big finish. We've seen that form upgrade through Don Pedro and House of Cards. So nothing wrong with that. Second up out to the 1600 metres looks to suit. 2, depth of character. He's very firm. I expect him to be a little bit soft, if anything, but he's now into $3.30 tab fixed odds. So he does look to have found the right race, and there's a bit of punter confidence that he can go on with the job now, having returned well in a deeper race than this. 5, Heed the Omens, gets the right setup to go back to back, should get the right run just in behind the speed, although it been last start. He can build off that. And 7, Hammett. Friendless here, $7.50 out to $12. So that is a worry, but we did hear from Charlie Duckworth to suggest that he is a horse with talent. We just need to see him put it all together. So 3, 2, 5 and 7. We're still 2 minutes out. We might get a quick market update from you, Anthony.
A depth of character favourite, 360. In fact, now equal favourite with Heed the Omens, who has been the firmer. Equal favourites at $3.60, and I can tell you that there is slightly more money on Heed the Omens compared to Depth of Character, who has been favourite all the way through betting. Russell got out to 460, back to 4, fifth horse at 9, and the replicant, he's always popular, the replicant. Would you believe he is clearly the third most popular runner despite being a $10 chance? He's always popular. He's the worst result from a tap point of view. But joint favourites, depth of character, best back, Heed the Omens. Final thoughts, lads?
At this point, you need Misty Legend on your ticket from race 4, Don Pedro from race 5, and Scintilla, the odds-on favourite from race 6. So as you guessed, it's going to be pretty skinny if another one of these favourites wins. So if you've got depth of character, big wins here, you're looking at $151, a bit more for Heed the Omens, $191, and $253 for Rathful. So if you've got one of the roughies, you might be looking at a fair dividend, but I don't think it's going to be particularly healthy if everything goes to script here. So pretty tight at the top of betting. Depth of character just getting out of touch again, $3.60, equal there with Heed the Omens. And Rathful has tightened up again into $4. So punters still trying to work this one out, Ben.
Yeah, and I think I've brought some punters undone too, because Zach Lloyd...
Guy, welcome back.
...in the Jockey Challenge at the moment. So Zach Waddick's on 4 points. Bayless on 4 points. We've got Wraithnock on 5, and Wraithnock's on the $3.60 favourite here. Lloyd is on 3. He's got fifth force. Technically, he can still win. Would I be diving in at the $2.40 or $2.50, or I think it was $2.35 at the time for a thought? Probably not in hindsight, but... Anyway, we'll see how they fare. There are any number of 4 or 5 that can potentially take it out, but Wraithnock certainly in pole position going into the last. Here's Darren for the call of race 7.
In now will be the second of the Amanda Turner runners here, More Mischief. He's got the pale blue cap drawn the outside, More Mischief. The Omens has been well backed, and at longer odds, fifth force, set up this preparation. Zach Lloyd teaming up with Matt Smith here. And Wraithnock is on the favourite depth of character. So Braith is looking for the last 2 races of the day. Now, might be an issue here with Rathful. Sarah McAvoy's out behind the back of the gates. And this horse is being unloaded. Well, they're trying to unload it. Just tugging at its tail to try and get it to back out. So just a slight hold up here, and Rathful is now starting to... Was it Rathful? Was about to Martin? it's Affamato, number 11, the horse being unloaded. So obviously Rathford was in the adjacent stall there, yes. Okay, so it's Affamato who's been unloaded from the gate. And now Winona Costin has jumped out behind the gate. So the vet's having a look here at number 11, behind the gates here at Warwick Farm. And we've got 370 about depth of carriage, just second up. Brenwell in the Guineas at the Gold Coast. And Rathful, a bit of a late push now, Rathful. Here we go. Rathful is now the favourite at 360, number 3. Depth of character out to 380. And Heed the Omens, who they've been backing for the last 10 minutes, all of a sudden's gone out to $4. So this is being trotted up behind the gates, Affamato. And being led back up inside the gates, Affamato. So it's been cleared to run. And they're all locked and loaded for the last of 7 here at Warwick Farm, Hawkesbury on tomorrow, and Rosehill on Saturday. Stand by. Racing now in the last. Rathful was last out of the gates, and showing great speed was More Mischief to lead. And lead rather dominantly. Zen Masters going up the inside into a prominent position. Affamato at deep with 5th force. They're followed then by Heed the Omens, the replicant a fraction deep. Then Depth of Character is wedged down on the rail from Hammett. Rathful and the import Legend of Kings had dropped back to last. Very good speed by More Mischief, but comfortably from the stablemate Affamato. Then came Zen Master in 5th force, and the replicant caught 3 wide at this point. A length and a half to Heed the Omens. 2 further back to Hammett and Depth of Character. Rathful second last. Legend of Clubs is the last one. This is showing a lot of speed here. More Mischief zipping along for Molly Burke out by 2. In second position is Affamato, and the replicant did a bit of work to get right around the field. And now the replicant pokes its head into second spot, giving 5th force cover on the outside of Zen Master. 2.5 to Heed the Omens. A length and a half depth from Hammett. And then came Legend of Clubs and Rathful as they approach the home turn. More Mischief still 2.5 clear from Affamato onto the pump. The replicant onto the pump. 5th force is being scrubbed up from Zen Master. Now Nash is starting a run on Heed the Omens, and 2 further back to Depth of Character needing room. Into the straight now, and it's More Mischief all out. Down the outside is 5th force, Heed the Omens, Zen Master. Depth of Character looking for the gaps. Zen Master at big odds takes the lead. Zen Master a length clear from Heed the Omens and Depth of Character. And Zen Master in front of Ruffy in the last. Zen Master beat Depth of Character and Heed the Omens. Rathful from last 4th. Then 5th force, further back the replicant from More Mischief, Affamato, Legend of Clubs, and Hammett.
All right, so it is the 9 Zen Master. Craig Carmody gets a win at double figures, $12.60 and $3.50. Chad Lever picks up 3 points and a victory here today. After a double the other week too. Depth of Character runs second. Good run, and maybe not getting a stack of luck at a vital stage. I don't know that it's cost Depth of Character victory, but certainly has meant the margin was a touch more significant. Heed the Omens ran third, having tracked in the race, looking as though they would go straight past. And in for 4th, it could well be Rathful, who was completely run off its feet, but got warm late, and unfortunately for back of the screen, back me next time again.
Yeah, he just began detached, didn't he? But Zen Master, too good, and it's added a bit of spice there to the quaddie, if you did have the number 9 on your ticket. So he's been up a while, but just put into the right spot there, and he fought out what was a pretty tough finish, because turning for home, it was anyone's race. You could see 5, 6, 7 across the track there, and it was up for grabs. So you're looking the way of Heed the Omens. He didn't really have any excuses upon first viewing. He's run on okay. We saw Depth of Character piercing through the middle. Yet there was Zen Master just proving a touch too good at the finish. Rathful did charge home into 4th, but doesn't count for a lot because he just wasn't interested in the first half. But Zen Master too good today.
Absolutely. Well, we saw Craig threw this horse into a midway at 72 grade last time. Here at the midweeks in benchmark 72 again, gets the job done and did make ground that day. Today, having a beautiful run in transit, was able to capitalise. Well done.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, no, nice to see him do that. Look, he's been in and out, sharp.
I lost so terribly on this. I had 2 quinellas going on, 5-2 and 5-9. I did not have a 2 and 9. I mean, that is ridiculous what happened. I had two quinellas going on 5-2 and 5-9. That just didn't work. Man, that's horse racing. Anyway, I think 9-5-3. Nine to 5-3. All right, that is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 7 races here at Warwick Farm. That was the last one. Tomorrow is a Thursday. We don't race on Thursdays, but I'm going to be back racing on Friday. I think we will get Caulfield this weekend. We're getting the Victorian tracks. So Friday, I don't know what. Probably Canberra. Probably Canberra or Canterbury. And Saturday we have Caulfield. I think we will get Caulfield on Saturday. And Friday we will probably have either Canterbury or Canberra. If we have Canberra and Canterbury, both will do Canterbury. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lewis, for being there. Kai, thank you so much for tuning in. Avishai, thank you so much for being there. Novato, thank you. You're doing brilliant, Novato. PC, my friend, thank you so much. Rexy, I know you went off to sleep, but thank you so much for being there, PC. I have no language to thank you, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Friday. John! Thank you so much for being there, John. Good night.